Welcome in, everyone, to the Stream Sports Midwest YouTube channel for the second day of Central States Championships here from West Dundee at the Leaf Center, Canlan Sports. I am Mike Napolitano, joined alongside Hannah Arbitman, Drew DeBrecker, and we have a fourth member of the team here today. We are going to be jumping in with the stream in just a second. We're getting you some rosters for these two teams that were to be announced this morning. It is in the Squirt Prospects White Tier 1 division, so at least we know we've got the Chargers, who are the 7th seed. They finished their season through 20 games, 9, 8, 1, and 2. That's 1 tie and 2 overtime losses. On the Winnetka side of things, they finished in 4th, 12, 6, 0, and 2. So 2 overtime losses as you're getting your rosters announced right now. I'm not sure if you can hear this voice. It's probably not going to pick up. It's not a super loud. I believe they're announcing it from the penalty box, Anna, is it?
That's definitely what it looks like. It looks like somebody is in the penalty box trying to play announcer here. And that's really special for these young kids, especially on a Sunday morning. Gets them hyped up more than anything for these playoffs. As Mike mentioned, my name is Hannah Arbitman, and I'm joining him today on the broadcast. Thank you all for tuning in. Mike, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We're getting some rosters for you now. It's going to be pretty easy for us to do the Chargers. They have names on the back already. We'll just be learning some last names. And then this Winnetka side of things, they have the classic just no names, just numbers. But we should be able to get that before game time.
It's another battle of the North Shore. We had one matchup yesterday between the Chargers and the Warriors. Different teams, of course, but same clubs, and I'm sure we'll see just as good hockey out of these two teams.
Everything today is to be announced on the schedule, so we'll see which teams are playing who, and we're going to get the national anthem right now. That national anthem for you, and we will set the stage for puck drop here in just a moment. An 8:10 start time today. It was supposed to be 8 a.m., but we're running a little behind. I think everybody's legs are probably still waking up here, and we've got Bain, Green, and a left winger out here for the Chargers to start. Getting set up for puck drop here. And we are underway from West Dundee. Chargers take possession of it. We'll throw it in front. And run around the end boards there as Winnetka picks this puck back up. Racing up the wing with it, finding an outlet pass. 2-on-2 as they enter the zone. A shot hits the pad of the goaltender for the Chargers. We'll have to grab a name as that goaltender turns around. I know they had two listed At 2 on the practice ice right before this. And a shot, wow, a lifted shot on the backhand. And that one finds the back of the net.
It's a great opening 40 seconds of this hockey game. Both teams getting the opportunity there. That connection on our left side from the Warriors is one we love to see. And then, of course, that goal just now. Very impressive work here.
It looked as though it was number 45, Green, who threw that one backhander top shelf. And boy, oh boy, I mean, we're talking, that was, not only was that quick, but that was well placed and well executed by the Chargers. They came to play early today, and they're back on the attack here. Wisniewski. Shot sticked away wide in the corner. Chargers battle for it there. Wisniewski, a backhander, trying to replicate that same play, but from the other side with a rising backhander, but that doesn't get lifted off the ground. Loose in the crease as the Winnetka goaltender had dropped down and tried to close the pads on it, crab walk style.
A couple of great looks from the Chargers there as we have a collision at center ice, and the Warriors take it back the other way.
Warriors controlled defensively, flipped up through the neutral zone, but changes hands, and the Chargers will pick this up and just dump it deep to get a full sail line change. All 5 skaters switching sides, or switching out onto the ice right now.
I believe I'm seeing twins over on the Chargers bench. They just went off the ice simultaneously.
That could be indeed the case. We're still working on grabbing some rosters for today. And originally everything was listed as to be announced based on seeding through this tournament, based on the point system and such. These are 2 teams we did not see yesterday. We just had a number of Winnetka teams, a number of Chargers teams, but not necessarily this tier and this grouping. So grabbing names as we go. But the Chargers move on up with it. Winnetka is going to take control in the neutral zone and just flip it back into the offensive zone. Chargers will play back to the red line and move across the blue. Trying for the trailer. The late man wasn't there quite in time. And Winnetka will be able to push this puck all the way back down into the Chargers' end.
We spoke a lot yesterday about the skating, just the level that these teams are playing at. And through the first several minutes, I'm very impressed by what I'm seeing from these 2 teams. Both have great skating abilities. Both have great puck handling abilities, especially from the Warriors side, a lot of it recently. But when the Chargers displaying just the same amount of skill.
Yeah, the Chargers, they got off to that hot start, but we've seen a little bit more from Winnetka as of right now, just getting that pressure into the zone. So this could be very much like yesterday where we see a lot of games with a lot of teams that go back and forth. Chargers moving up, hitting the side of the net with that shot. That one gets thrown out in front, but it wouldn't go as the goaltender for the Warriors shuts the door.
You could see he's staying patient with it. He or she, I'm not quite able to tell yet. Staying patient with it, moving laterally along the net, just to prevent that puck from going in, having any chance at all.
Puck is rung around the corner boards. 8:30 to go in this first period. Winnetka trying to clear their end. They'll get it as far as the point, but it stays in. Back in the hands of the Warriors as they wheel around their own net. Try to make an outlet pass up the wall. They'll get as far as center, and then it's Jacina for the Chargers that'll pick that puck up and go D to D and up to the outlet pass. That one came out of the offensive zone to get to Bain, so that is an offsides, and we will have a face-off at the dot right in front of the Winnetka bench. 8:07 left here to play in this first period. 1-0 in favor of the Chargers. They got that goal early, but both teams have settled in here as we've gone on. Chargers in the corner. Trying to throw it to Ovi's office. But too many sticks in the lanes, and Winnetka can break out with it now. The Warriors moving up. They don't exactly have numbers, but trying to thread that pass across the ice into an open corner. Thrown back to the point. Into the slot. shot there, doesn't quite make it through, and the Chargers will pick back up, but not able to clear. Here come the Warriors once more. And that one is gloved and held by the Chargers netminder, and we will get a whistle and a stoppage of play. 7:19 to go.
It's goaltender number 35 for the Northwest Chargers, in case anybody was curious. We got a glimpse of his back, or her back.
I believe that's a he. We've seen a couple of ponytails out here for the ladies that are on this Chargers side of things. Co-ed at this level, of course. We're getting those rosters for you as of right now.
Some very helpful parents who are coming over to assist us with that. So thank you to everybody who's trying to jump in and help us.
We appreciate it. We'll get that action for you in just a second. I do like these Warriors jerseys, Hannah. I mean, they're the away whites, or I guess in some case, some people would consider them home whites, right? Since they're sitting on the home bench too, on top of it. But you've got the green on the striping and the gold that outlines it. That's really nice touch.
Mike is somebody that grew up not too far from the North Shore area. Those look to be the Glenbrook North colors.
Yes, yeah.
The Stevenson colors. Buffalo Grove kid myself, so I can't say I like those a whole lot.
You'd be more towards the Chargers colors, right? Was Buffalo Grove blue at all?
Buffalo Grove was navy and orange.
Navy and orange. Oh, that's right. That's right.
I can gravitate toward the navy on the Chargers side, but of course not taking any sides in this one. Warriors now with the puck traveling into their zone.
They'll dump it down by the Chargers, and the Chargers will be able to clear their end. And we do have a roster here for the Winnetka Warriors. And we've got some names for you here. I'll go ahead and share this with Hannah so she has it as well. But we'll be starting to call out some of those young superstars in just a moment. Kept along the boards by the Chargers. They were changing, though, so it's going to be picked up in the offensive zone by the Warriors. That is number 25, David. Of course, I picked the toughest name for the first one, but I got you. Vera Gavin.
I think that's Naveed.
Naveed, excuse me.
I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Now it feels like a good opportunity to once again shout out all the parents in attendance and watching the stream today. Thank you for all your sacrifices, having your kids be here this early on a Sunday morning. I'm sure you'd prefer sleep, but watching your young superstars develop is definitely quite as enjoyable, I'm sure.
Nicholas Dara on the draw for the Warriors. He's in the corner with it. Thrown up to the Chargers, and they're able to clear their zone. So tracking back for this puck is Theodore Smith. Back into the Chargers' end of things along the half wall. Two aside as they battle for it. The third man steps in for the Chargers. And it's popped out for Northwest to clear their end and send it the length of the ice. Not going to go far enough for icing. It's already waved off, but Winnetka is back to grab that puck in their zone and flip it back out to center. Trying on the rush, but here come the Chargers the other way. We haven't seen enough offense from them since the start, and looks like they're going to get some possession time here. 4:29 still to go in this first period.
I think the goaltender caught a piece of that one, just with the top of the glove.
Yeah, just barely keeping that one out. Standing tall, though. Already given up one goal today. That's the difference in this game, but we'll see if that sticks. Here come the Chargers. Possible 3-on-2. Far side. Thrown in front. Doesn't quite reach the net. Thrown back out in front. Goes back to the point. Jasinka, a shot. That one pinballed around for a second there, but found its way into the leather of the goaltender. And I'm not talking the glove, I'm talking the pads that were outstretched in the crease.
We keep mentioning the goaltender. That looks like Sebastian
Palomarik.
I'll let you pronounce that one.
Palomarik. So number 39 in net, standing tall. That one comes across the crease there as Palamarka had to make the save there. Here comes the Warriors on the wing. A shot wouldn't get through the defense, so it winds up in the corner. Battled for it there and giving chase to that one are the Warriors in the corner. It looks to be Owen Linehan. Center ice now for the Chargers. Green knocks that up the length of the half wall in front of the Winnetka bench, and it stays in the offensive zone for the Chargers. Trying to find that seam pass through the center, and it just went through the legs of their man in the middle. That was Green, and he gets another opportunity right there. Standing in that dangerous area, low slot, and just couldn't put the trigger on it. Winnetka clears their end. See that candy cane tape there from number 31. Is that an 8? That should be, no, that is a 31. I'm not seeing a 31. Oh, there it is. Ryder Davis, that's who it is. In fact, I almost thought we saw Ryder Davis yesterday. I could be mistaken.
We saw Ryder Hart yesterday. Mike.
That's who we saw, yeah. It was Ryder Hart on the Vipers team. Skilled, talented young forward.
Think didn't lose a single face-off throughout the entire game. It was very impressive. And I want to bring up something very impressive that I'm seeing with this Chargers team. Just the way that they're moving the puck amongst each other. Maybe isn't something I've seen at this level recently, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of the Chargers. I think it's great teamwork, and there's no selfish play at all yet.
Yeah, you know, the Warriors had that little bit of stint where they had the sustained zone pressure, and the Chargers, they didn't let that affect them. They got right back to it as they did in that first minute of this game. They're getting an offensive zone draw now, and they're aggressive. You see the way that they line up on the faceoff. They don't have the typical winger along the boards there. They were trying to crash the net in that style, and as you mentioned, Hannah, a lot of great passing, a lot of great teamwork. Sometimes there's those opportunities where you think they're just trying to throw it at the net to get the glory, but they've got a teammate there. And look out, that one finds its way through the 5-hole as the Winnetka Warriors even things up here. Nicholas Duro slides that one through the legs of the Chargers goaltender.
Another great display of teamwork there from the Winnetka Warriors, and the game is now tied at 1.
Looks like we're going to have another day full of tight games here on our hands. 2:14 to go here in this first period, but boy, oh boy, the Warriors, well, they just did exactly what I was talking about the Chargers doing, is they didn't let anything get to them. They let up a goal early, but they continued the pressure and get in the offensive zone, and they knocked that puck home through the 5-hole. Perfect placement right there, and they're back in the offensive zone attacking here. Just under 2 minutes to go. It hits that Parisian in the corner and takes that funny hop that we saw a couple of times yesterday. That's the Zamboni door entrance, so a little bit tougher when that one clips the seaming right there, and the Chargers had an opportunity in front but didn't connect once again. They've got some nice passing plays.
They surely do, and you can see how ready they are for those, which is something that maybe Winnetka was struggling with earlier on, as they kind of had their head on a swivel but maybe didn't have their sticks ready for that puck to hit. There was a couple missed opportunities on their side of things.
We're here at West Dundee, and the way the concourse is set back a little bit and the stands are at glass height, it's a little bit tougher to get those corners, so we'll try to get as best we can, but sometimes the action is lost on us. There's a lot of great cheering fans that are sitting in the stands that would also maybe block the view a little bit, but that's just the way the rink is built. No fault of theirs or the rink itself, so we'll try to bring you the best action from here that we can, and of course the action that we can see. And here comes Wisniewski moving up with it. Chargers back on the offensive. Wisniewski, a bigger body, has that reach, but just couldn't get them to stay on that one. That one goes D to D for the Chargers, and look out, tied up with the stick there was number 73, Jonathan Trick, and not a call there. I think Jacinka was just kind of moving back to try to defend on there, and they just got equally tied up along the blue line there.
Yeah, I didn't think there could have been a penalty called on that. Obviously wasn't an intentional play.
And that horn will sound, signaling the end of the first period. Tie score here with the Chargers and the Warriors all locked up at 1. We'll be right back with the second period here on Stream Sports Midwest. Back here for action in the second period between the Winnetka Warriors and the Northwest Chargers, as we see a 1-1 tie game heading into period number 2. The Chargers struck first in that first period with a goal in the first 40 seconds, and then Winnetka stayed on it and answered back with a goal from their center, number 9, Duro. And here come the Chargers once again, moving up with it. Bain, tough angle shot, had to be sticked away and falls into that Zamboni door corner. Kept in nicely by the Chargers, but now that comes back out to center. Thrown back down. And the Chargers will take possession defensively. 12-minute periods here at the Squirt level. And that'll be pushed out into the corner for the Chargers to break out with it. Bain moving up with it now. Over to Green. That pass misses and finds its way back to the Winnetka defense. Reached at by the Chargers, and they try to poke that back in, but that'll be offsides. Face-off will come to the center ice dot, right on the Leafs logo. We've got a couple of players lined up on the wrong side. Referee sorts that out. You got to remember, this is the second period, so you switch sides. It's the period of the long change. You got a little bit longer to go to get to your bench, and sometimes that can catch players out in an area where they can't get off. Sometimes you're stuck out on the ice. Makes for some tired legs.
Hopefully not one of those 5-minute shifts that we saw from Artem Levchinov not that long ago.
Yes, that's true.
Historically long, I believe.
That one surpassed, I believe, the Jack Hughes shift from a couple years ago. That was, at that point, the longest shift in like NHL existence, or at least came close. And Levchinov got a couple of shots on goal. So I think overall, a better shift than even a Jack Hughes had. So that's always fun to see on the up-and-coming youth for the Blackhawks. See a lot of up-and-coming youth here throughout this tournament, and saw some names yesterday and probably some names here today in this game and the next couple of games that we do that could be future Blackhawks.
Absolutely, and we see some more lining up on the outside of the rink over there. I believe that's the next team getting ready to warm up, as their puck drop will come shortly after this game ends. Still TBA on what team that will be. It'll be a fun surprise for everybody.
Yeah, we'll be here for 5 games today. This is the first of 5, and we're excited to see who we've got going into this morning. I mean, it was based on all the points and seeding yesterday. All the games were to be announced. If you check the website, there are team names out there now, but we're still going to work on getting rosters ahead of some of these games. The tournaments are always fun for that, right? You never know what will be happening from hour to hour, basically, as the playoffs evolve here from West Dundee, and that one is carried in offsides. We'll get a delayed whistle and a stoppage of play. 8:57 to go in this first period between the Warriors and the Chargers, deadlocked at 1. Back underway here. Warriors dumping that puck into the Chargers zone. Chargers wheeling out with it, pivoting, puck protecting. And they'll throw it up the half wall. Wahlberg there. Finds a teammate in center. There's that stellar passing through the neutral zone that Hannah was referring to in that first period. A tough angle shot goes wide. Back to the point. Brewer down low. Tough angle shot once again, and that had to be fought off by the Winnetka goaltender.
Looked like he maybe didn't know where it was that entire time, but did his best to just stay patient with it, stay on it, not let through.
He was positioned perfectly against that post to not let up any kind of holes, but as you said, sometimes it can get caught in there or you're not sure if it hits the side of the net, so always tough if one of those squeaks in, but he stands tall. Just under 8 to go here as the Chargers break out with it.
Way to stay on his feet there.
Yeah, pirouetting at the center ice dot basically after a stick check, and we are going to get a penalty now, so the Chargers will go to the power play as Winnetka is called for a hooking here. We'll get a license plate here in just a moment for you. That's number 25, Naveed Viragavin. Guilty of hooking there. So it'll be a 90-second, 1 minute and 30-second power play for the Chargers. They took the lead initially in this game.
Some interesting music. I'm not sure that was even music. I'd like to just call it sound effects.
I don't know.
But it had us all very confused.
I was wondering if the speaker system maybe blew out for a second there. Dug out of the crease and off the post and in, and the Chargers have regained their lead. Bain on the shot. Chargers capitalize early on that power play and just dug back out of the chaos that was in the crease, and everybody down in front was down on the ice, so that one just hits the post and goes in.
Exactly what they needed to do. Obviously, it's really nice when you get that opportunity in the power play. If you don't capitalize on it, kind of have to play it even the rest of the way unless you have another opportunity, but those are pretty rare, I feel like, from what I've seen so far at this level.
Winnetka trying to get out of their zone and get back on the horse to answer back. They move it as far as center. Good passing play right there. Moving in with it is Duro, the lone goal scorer for Winnetka. He knocks the stick out of the hands of the Chargers defender and makes sure to get himself a little extra space there. Thrown on net, and that one's steered wide. Chargers able to regain possession and get out as far as center, but back in the hands of the Winnetka defense. It'll go to the blue line and out for an offsides.
That was Nicholas Wisniewski, number 91, on the Chargers with a pretty long reach there.
Yeah, we were talking about that reach there, a little bit bigger of a skater, and you kind of use not only the physicality, but also that longer stick to try to win you some board battles or up in a rush, get to a puck faster, but Winnetka able to force the offsides, so Chargers will regroup and look out. A one-timer from the back door didn't quite go. Collision at the point. Puck stays in, and Winnetka desperately trying to clear their end and use the boards, but it's pinched off by the Chargers and trying to throw it back into the slot. Our Northwest, a rising shot that goes over the glove. I'm not sure if the goaltender got a piece of that, but that went up and over the net.
It'd be nice to have a replay cam on that one, but
absolutely. We got to get that NHL camera inside the nets on that one, or the right over the back glass. Collision at the blue line. Kept in by Winnetka. Stick checking there. Chargers move out with it. The race for the puck. Stick slapping, but nothing doing as the Chargers still move in with it. Thrown in front and nicely pushed right back out by the defense. That was number 91 for this Winnetka Warriors side of things.
They did lose the puck on that one, and it just barely hit that tape.
That was Edward Lewson. Stayed
out of the net, of course, but the Chargers really creating all the momentum in this game right now, and their fan section is making it pretty obvious.
A lot of testing there for the goalie, Sebastian Palamarca, and standing tall once again. Has led up two in this game, but of course that second one was the power play attempt, so a little bit tougher to try to stay in the lead or at least tied when you have one extra skater going against you. This one will be an icing all the way back down in the Winnetka zone, so Bain lines up for the draw here. 5:08 to go in this second period. Brewer from the point, dumped down low. Winnetka carrying up the half wall, using some speed to get out as far as center. That's number 61, Callahan Rue. Thrown on net, a follow-up opportunity, steered wide by the defense. Collision in the slot area. And that puck comes right back out to the Winnetka defense. Dumped back in. Clear of center, so no icing. 4.5 to go here. Winnetka getting some offensive zone time now, but that puck squirts out, and coming back the other way are the Chargers. Giving chase to that one is Green. Green will get to the wall, but lose it to the Warriors defense, and they'll move this puck out into the neutral zone. Jacksina. Warriors and Chargers play catch defensively, and back up into the zone are the Warriors. Ryder Davis losing it in the corner. Thrown in front, but only blue sticks there, and the Chargers can break out of their own end. Wisniewski, a bigger body there, but he gets bodied and goes down. A little extra shoulder there. Collision in the corner. Wisniewski back on it now. Thrown in front, and oh, look out. The defense almost put that puck in their own net. Goaltender was sprawled out for it. Jacksina. Thrown down low. 3:18 to go here. To the point. Shot doesn't quite get through, and here comes Winnetka the other way. Have a little bit of skating. Oh, that puck hit the skate of the official and slowed down the rush of the Warriors. They're part of the game too, but just an unfortunate break there. And Chargers coming the other way after the lone Warriors rush. Warriors back on it now. The goal scorer, Dureau. Rising shot, and he gets his second of the day. Far side over the blocker and stick of the Chargers netminder, and we are level at 2. The Warriors strike back.
That was a fantastic shot. And for his second of the game, goaltender looks a little bit distraught, but getting some love there from his teammates.
Yeah, you saw him slam the stick down. He wasn't too happy about giving that one up. That was just a perfectly placed shot. There's a lot of room upstairs there for both goaltenders in this one, and Dureau able to find his second of the day, just notches that one. Twos are wild here in the second period. We have a tie game, but boy, oh boy, the Warriors just throwing whatever they can at the net, and that's the saying, right? Just throw things at the net, and sometimes good things will happen, and that's exactly what happened right there. Just a wild flip shot from a tough angle that finds its way in.
I will say it looks like these goalies are fairly tall for their age. I've seen a couple that have just barely kind of been at the top of the bar there, but I'm sure as they get older, those are the kind of shots that they'll eventually stop from going in just as they gain height and weight and just size overall.
Yeah, typically at this level, we're seeing goaltenders that maybe their head just barely touches the crossbar. I think both of these goaltenders are comfortably over the crossbars, at least shoulder level height. And on the Chargers side of things, yeah, you definitely see a little bit of shoulder action above the red crossbar right there. And so, yeah, a bigger goaltender, but still, those holes are going to be exploited up high. I think both guys are taller than me here, which isn't that hard to do, but I definitely would have given up that same shot right there if they threw me in that. I am not a goaltender. I've got the grounding ability from baseball, but you throw me on skates, I want to be out there in the action. I don't prefer to be in the crease.
I think I would be the opposite, Mike. I know you and I have gone back and forth on this, but I think I was a goaltender in a different life. So I just have a soft spot for them, I think.
Rising shot falls down, but it's closed by the pads of Palomarca. Yeah, I've been thrown in net a number of times. I was a decent goaltender, and it was because I had that catching hand from baseball, but that stick side of mine was troublesome, we'll say. I'd much prefer to have two hands on my stick rather than the just paddle at the feet there, because it's hard to drop, especially at this level. So I give these netminders a lot of credit, but also just a lighter stick. And look out, there's a collision there. So we're going to get a penalty called on Winnetka as they touch up. That'll be number 87, Owen Linehan, going to the box for a hit from behind. So it'll be the Chargers back to the power play. They converted early on that first one. And that was a tie game then. They made it 2-1. We'll see if they can convert once again. Bain at the draw. 1:44 on the game clock, 1:30 on this power play time.
Sure, Winnetka isn't very happy about that one. Obviously, they suffered on that last penalty kill, weren't able to prevent the Chargers from scoring.
Look out, that's still loose in the crease, and somehow able to cover up with the hand and the blocker as the rebound shot came stuffed in from the Chargers.
Very impressive work there from the Winnetka goaltender to keep that one out of his crease.
Solid save right there indeed, and that's crucial in a moment like this where you're trying not to give up another power play goal. You're also trying to get your first lead of the day. Chargers have led 1-0 and 2-1, but we are tied here at 2, and a rebound opportunity from the crease is also soaked up. So that Winnetka crease getting a lot of action right there, but nothing going through.
Looks like Winnetka's making some changes out there.
Draw to the stick side of the netminder in the Winnetka zone. Bain once again on the draw. Jacksina across to the defensive partner, and that one just tipped wide. That looked like it had eyes for the back of the net, and here come the Warriors shorthanded for another minute, but on the rush right here up the wing.
Great speed from number 61 out there, and Jacksina on the opposite end had a great, powerful shot.
I mentioned number 61, that's Callahan Rue. Not the biggest of bodies out there, but able to sneak up the wing and, as you mentioned, use that speed, create a shorthanded opportunity for the Warriors as they kill more time on this Chargers power play. Much better on the penalty kill in this one. Obviously, there wasn't a large sample size as the Chargers struck early. Backdoor pass, but look out, that one does find the way in. And with 38.2 to go in the game, 24 on that power play, the Chargers find life once again.
There's a lot of bodies on that net from the Chargers, so no surprise there that they were able to score.
I'm not sure who eventually put that in on the back door. Once again, we need those replay cameras down low. Looked like a smaller stature on the back door, but as you mentioned, Hannah, multiple bodies crashing the net. Looked like almost a 3-on-2 or a 3-on-1 as they entered the zone. And a Chargers power play that really didn't have any nothing really going for them in the offensive zone. And look out, there's just somebody getting tied up in the train tracks right there as they collide, and the Warriors are able to clear their zone. But that Chargers power play didn't look as sound as the first one, and the Winnetka penalty kill did a nice job of playing at the other end, but unfortunately, one still finds the back of the net, and the Warriors find themselves trailing a goal for the third time today. But they've erased the first two deficits. They'll run out of time here in the second period, and we'll go to the third and see if they can erase this deficit. Chargers lead here 3-2 over the Warriors. Hannah Arbitman, Mike Napolitano on the call. We'll be back in just a moment. Ready to go here for third period action in, wouldn't you guess, a one-goal game here from the Leaf Center out in West Dundee. Every single game we saw yesterday, we saw 9 of them, was decided by one goal. In fact, Hannah, that NIU D3 ACHA game that was in between our 8th and 9th games that evening, not homecoming game, senior night game for NIU, that was a one-goal contest as well. So everything on this ice yesterday from start to finish was a one-goal game, and sometimes not even. We went to overtime several times, and one of those games yesterday, that wasn't even enough to decide a winner. It was a 4-4 tie. So here we are in the third period, 3-2 in favor of the Chargers, as that's an icing call. It'll come all the way back down. But you talk about these Chargers, they finished 7th in the division, 56 goals for, 59 against. So a -3 goal differential. This Winnetka team, a 12 goal differential positive, 76 goals for, 64 goals against. But they got all 12 of their wins in regulation or overtime. So Winnetka, they don't mess around in the extra time too much. They get their wins where they can. They're going to need to get 2 goals and their first lead of the day if they want to get a win here. But the Chargers moving this puck up the wall. Wisniewski breaking across the blue line, trying to power in and shot near side, and that one is saved by the netminder for the Warriors. And boy, oh boy, that one looked like it was ticketed for the near side.
He's kind of celebrating there himself. I don't think he quite knew where it was again, but he has the ability that I've noticed to just kind of sit and cover the puck. I don't know if you've seen it from him, but he just kind of sits there and lets it hang out underneath him until the refs call it, which is not a bad thing at all. Obviously doing anything he can to keep his team within one, and it's working for him so far.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of reverse VHs here. We did see a little bit yesterday, excuse me, but it's a little bit tougher when the pads are ginormous at this level, right? So I give them credit, as we were talking about earlier, and yeah, he does a good job of manipulating those pads just to, like you said, have it sit there and be a big body. You talk about goaltenders wanting to come out and be big. Both goaltenders have done quite a bit of that here as well today, or just letting that puck hit them. A lot of that has to do with staying in your lines, right? As a goaltender, you want to be tracking the puck, and sometimes that's the best thing, is just kind of being big and letting it hit you. As here's the Chargers moving in. Stick checked as they got to the blue line. Despite a 3-2 game, we've seen some stellar goaltending, though, on both sides.
For sure.
That one hits a defender and pops up and wide. There's another great save from Palamarca. And a whistle stopping play with just under 10 minutes to go here in the third and final frame of this game. Still 3-2, Chargers with the lead.
It's action-packed here in the stands as well. We have a couple sisters, I think, in the stands living their best life. I'm sure they're really enjoying being here on their Sunday. Some parents who are very passionate.
They're enjoying the drawn-up play on the glass over here. I was noticing that when we were playing here yesterday. There's not exactly a whiteboard on this near glass, so somebody just made one for themselves, I guess. But gives character and accent to the rink, other than just the puck marks, right? Lively crowd, as you mentioned. These parents wake up early, drive who knows how far. Of course, Northwest Chargers and Winnetka coming a distance to get here to West Dundee, and you got to commend the hockey parents that get up before the sun does to get their sons and daughters to these games, and then they bring the energy in the stands like this, which is always exciting to see as well.
I'm seeing maybe even some grandparents, some other relatives. I remember when I was playing sports, my grandparents would come to watch pretty frequently, and it was always very special. So I can only hope that these players appreciate it right now as much as maybe we do when we're older and kind of have a better understanding of all of that.
And if you can't make it out here, you're probably watching from home on the stream. That's what it's there for as well. We appreciate you. You're part of the reason why we do it, is so that people that can't make it out can still see their relatives, sons, daughters, grandkids, nephews, you name it, on their talented display this morning in a, once I said, again, a one-goal game. Both teams fighting for it here. That's playoffs, though, right, Hannah? You want to really show your best, and even if you are outmatched, you're not going to let it show. You're going to stay in the game as long as possible and keep it a close one.
That's right. Playoff hockey is the best hockey, and we're seeing it now at this level. We'll see it later on once April comes around at the NHL level, and that'll be just as exciting, I'm sure.
That's the best time, too, especially because it gets a little warmer out.
Yes.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yes.
If you're in the Midwest over here, you're definitely braving the tundra that has been these last couple weeks. We set a record here in the Chicagoland area for most consecutive days under freezing since, I think, 2009. So not the longest of stretch. I mean, Bears fans and Hawks fans, White Sox and Cubs fans have seen longer droughts, but I mean, it's been quite a while since we've had a winter this cold. And of course, Hannah, this is the one year that I didn't build my backyard rink. I'm kicking myself.
But I know. You've been regretting it every day since then.
I know. Of course, every year we give maybe like a couple weeks in January and February, and this year we would have gotten pretty much all of December, pretty much all of January, and I'm probably guessing into February, but I would have had to shovel quite a bit. So I'm, I guess, glad in that sense.
I will say I hope not into February. I am definitely over this weather. But there were several very warm days in December where it totally would have melted. So maybe it's for the best, Mike.
That is true. That is true. We had a warm Christmas, and hopefully these players got everything they wanted. I know I would ask for a new stick, maybe some new stick tape, as you see Green moving up with that green stick tape. I just put 2 and 2 together on that one. That makes sense. And boy, oh boy, that hits the post right there, near side. That stick tape definitely coming in handy to lift that puck. Great display of stick control and shot ability from Green right there. 6:35 still to go. Thrown out in front. Chargers throw that at the net. A lot of bodies in front. Too much traffic for the goaltenders to see. Down and sprawled is Palamarchuk. But here come the Warriors out of their zone. They clear the danger. They'll get as far as center, and good patience there at the blue line from the Warriors. They realized they couldn't get in, and contact incidental into the boards. The Chargers wanted a call there, but the trailing referee had a good eye on that one, as did we. It was just two players fighting hard for the puck into the boards.
Not sure they're able to quite see that on their side of the bench, Mike.
Right, yeah, that's
where they're standing. I can understand why they were wanting the call on that.
It's a tough one. Plus, you're just hearing the impact there rather than seeing these players that are, some of them are at door height, right, at boards height. And so you can't necessarily see what goes on as the play gets a little bit closer to, similar to how we are on this near side. But, of course, you're going to fight for your players, and good coaching staff for the Chargers doing so.
Absolutely. You can see they're fired up on the bench still over that missed call.
They still hold the lead in this one, 3-2, as the Warriors try to hold the puck in along the boards in the offensive zone. Puck is thrown back out to center. Winnetka trying to turn that back down low, but that'll be offsides as they weren't able to tag up in time. 5:14 to go here in this third period between the Warriors and the Chargers. Gotta love the hockey song, right?
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I was thinking it was La Bamba. That's what they play in Edmonton during their goals when they score a goal. I was a little bit confused, but I'm hearing it now. Sounds maybe a little similar, just so you all understand the headphones do muffle the sound quite a bit, so I'm not musically challenged, just wasn't quite able to hear that one.
It's a song about us. Hello out there, we're on the air.
That's right.
It's hockey morning today. We'll have to change the lyrics up a little bit, but never a wrong time for a little bit of puck. Here come the Warriors across the blue line. Shot from far out, and that had a lot on it. Great shot from the Warriors there. Dumping that back in is Winnetka. It hangs out in the slot for a moment. And coming out with it are the Chargers. Could be a 2-on-1 if they hurry, but good back checking there from the Warriors. Negates that attempt into the corner. Use the wall to escape the zone, and the Chargers will regroup at center. Cebulski dumping that in. 4 minutes to go here in the third period.
Lots of emotions here on our left side from the Northwest Chargers parents and families, as they still have the lead in this one with just about 3 minutes remaining.
A pass that was fed down low just doesn't make it on net, and it's fought for to a side behind the net in Gretzky's office. You see a flash in that far corner as that shot sticked away, actually bodied away from the Winnetka defense in the low slot. You see a flash from the far side. It's picture day. So you see a lot of teams. I'm sure these Chargers and Warriors got their pictures taken earlier today. It was what we were seeing as we were setting up here. But as we go on throughout the day, we'll probably see the next couple of teams that are slated to take this ice go get their pictures right before warm-ups. So no, you are not seeing what's the word I'm looking for? It's early.
Unauthorized?
My brain's,
unauthorized flash?
or an unexpected,
sure.
an unexpected flash from the look out. The Chargers almost had that one pop up and into the back of the net. A tough angle shot from the side of the net, and that one is soaked up by Palamarchuk.
I will say it's a little bit distracting for me personally.
It
I
is.
can only imagine how uncomfortable that is on the ice.
I guess what I was trying to say is if you're at home, nothing's wrong with your phone. It's not breaking or anything. You're not losing pixelation. That's just a camouflage going on in the background well beyond the glass there. We came in, we were setting up, and of course with all the electronics here, and I was plugging things in, all of a sudden I thought the electricity was flickering in the rink. I was like, I'm not drawing that much power here with the microphones and the camera. Somebody pay the electric bill.
I was going to say, I really hope we're not impacting Hanlon Sports' electric bill too much.
Yeah, definitely not. One little outlet is probably not going to make or break anything here. Here's the Warriors into the zone. Throwing that puck around to the near side now as Chargers break out. Wisniewski all alone up top, but only one to beat. Throws it down on net, and a glove save, and he'll cover with 2:19 left was Sebastian Palamarchuk.
Mike, I'm going to ask you a rather silly question for somebody that's been around hockey as long as I have.
Yeah, go for it. No silly questions here.
No, this one's pretty bad. So, are Zambonis charged? Are they fueled? How do they operate?
Those are fueled. You gotta gas them up like a car. I was having this conversation last night. I got home. Mom was asking a little bit about how the games went, and we were watching the 1980s documentary. She goes, they're not actually Zambonis. That's just Frank Zamboni that discovered or created them, and
I did
that's
hear
the company.
that story.
And yes, technically they are ice resurfacing machines, but Zamboni is the brand. It's like Kleenex. Everybody they call it Kleenex now, but it's a tissue,
right.
And Kleenex is the brand. But yeah, I don't know of any Zambonis that are electric. I know pretty much all of them are gas run. Now, if you were to ask me if it takes what my regular car takes or diesel, I'm not sure. We have a mascot.
Am I seeing that right?
Yeah.
We lost him for a second. I think he got...
It's behind the Chargers.
I think there's just so much
bench.
excitement that he's there. Oh, my goodness.
As we are in this Winnetka timeout. I guess I should have mentioned we were paused in the game because Winnetka took a timeout. Now there's 2 minutes and 19 seconds left. And they are going to take this timeout because they may not get another chance, so they wanted to draw something up. But this draw is in the defensive zone. Typically you'll see a team wait until they have the draw in the offensive zone to draw something up if they're trailing a goal. You're going to see Sebastian Palamarchuk maybe head to the bench in about a minute or so as they still trail a goal as they break out of their zone. But you never know if you're going to get that other opportunity, so best to just call that timeout right then and there while you have it, especially trailing in this one. Chargers have it along the half wall. There goes the goaltender. It was just as the Chargers were gaining possession, and it looked like they were going to be breaking out, so that could have been dangerous 200 feet away, but luckily the Warriors kept it in temporarily. They'll give chase to this one. That is number 61. We've mentioned him before, Callahan Rue, going back for it, but losing it in the corner, and the Chargers have it in the zone with no goaltender in the net, and that's thrown just wide. It snuck through the blue paint, though.
Winnetka really doing everything they can there to get their sticks in front and not let that puck go into their empty net.
Jonathan Trick moved up with it, thrown in front, and that is gloved down by the Chargers netminder with 1:22 to go. 6-on-5 as the goaltenders pulled for Winnetka in a dire moment of the game for the team trailing by one. Chargers will get a couple of defensive changes there as they look to thwart this 6-on-5. You see the 2-goal scorer, Nicholas Dureau, as he is lined up at the point. Puck is stuck in that Zamboni corner. Sorry, ice resurfacing corner. And here's the Chargers trying to knock that puck out. It stays in along the boards. Still not cleared out until now. Dureau back to corral that one. Moving back up with it is Rue. Trying to find a man in the middle. Near corner. 46 seconds remaining. Winnetka needs one to stay alive here as that is flipped all the way down the length of the ice. It's not going to have the legs to find the back of the net, but Winnetka is still going to have to pick the puck up in their own zone with 30 seconds remaining.
Again, Callahan Rue displaying his speed there to get that puck out of the zone. Out of danger for his team.
It missed his teammate at center ice, so the Winnetka Warriors will have to regroup and do it over again. That's passed up. Moving over the line there, but offsides are the Warriors as John Judes tried to move in with it, and his teammates got a little antsy, so 15.9 seconds to go here as the Warriors desperately needing that one in order to stay alive here. The Warriors don't have a timeout, so they just kind of convened by the bench for a second and then came back and line up for the draw there. 3 wingers, a center, and 2 defensemen here. As the Warriors work it into the zone, just under 10 seconds to go. They need a shot on goal here. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. It's thrown in front, and that finds nothing in the back of the net. So the Chargers, it almost looked as though chaos ensued in the crease, but it was the Chargers throwing their gloves off in celebration as they take home the victory here in this one. Championship Sunday indeed for this Squirt level. And the Warriors look on. Tough for those Warriors players. They battled well, they fought hard, and you could see the frustration there, but they played a great game, and they should keep their heads held high after that one.
Absolutely. I mean, you see the Chargers celebrating, and those are some core memories for these kids, some precious moments that I'm sure they'll cherish for a very long time. But of course, there's another end of that stick, and that's what the Warriors are getting with. And unfortunate for them, but a great season nonetheless, and a great game today.
An absolute yard sale out there on the ice on the Chargers side of things as they throw all of their gear off in their zone. And Championship Sunday for the Chargers. I will say, Hannah, I'm very impressed with how clean of a game this championship game was. Both teams played honorably, played well, and when one team or the other kind of got hemmed in their own zone, they weren't taking the shortcut routes, right? So yes, you got to give it to the Warriors here, but congratulations to the Chargers getting the victory here, and it looks like we're going to have a banner ceremony here for Winnetka as they will receive their second place banner in this white Tier 1 division. So the goaltenders, it's a nice little shared netminder, shared banner gesture right there.
Definitely still a reason to celebrate. I know it might not be that first place banner that I'm sure we're hoping for, but getting just as much support from their fans as they should.
You see the goaltenders holding up that second place banner, excited to show that one to the crowd. So the Warriors finding some consolation in that second place victory. That's still a great achievement here, especially in a very tough division. 11 different teams in this white Tier 1 division. And for a Winnetka team that finished 4th, that is an impressive feat. But this Chargers team that finished 7th, they were the underdog coming into this one, and they showed that regular season stats can get thrown out the window when it comes to playoff time. It's anybody's game, a 4 versus 7 matchup in this one. And, you're going to have some chaos based on how the teams got here and what they had to do to get to this championship game. Looks like, though, we're going to have
getting an entire photo shoot set up.
Yeah, like. there's that photo camera that we were talking about on the other end. So flash incoming.
Pointing
for those
right
of you at home.
Us.
Yeah, don't take my picture. I did shower today, but I didn't fix my hair.
Thanks for letting us know.
And I wasn't expecting to be the center of attention here today. We've got an Aaron goaltending stick right at center ice. I'm assuming, of course, it's one of the Chargers. Not sure which goaltender, but they may have to move that because it looks like we're going to be setting up to take a picture right there.
It's just interesting to me how everything is on our left end of the ice except for that goalie stick. And I can only imagine that the goalie hugs are happening there and he just had to drop his stick.
Right? Yeah. We're going to get a Winnetka picture first. Probably can't hear, but the song that would play during the Blackhawks opening montage at the United Center is playing as of right now. I almost feel like I should be watching the video as it cuts to the different stitching of the logo and all the
scenes
classic
of
names, the scenes of Chicago. Yeah, we have an injured Warriors player coming out to join the group here.
That is a true Warrior right there. Hopping out on one leg, no crutches, just getting some assists from the coaches. I think his cast is green, so sporting his team colors. That's awesome.
That's perfect.
Wishing him a speedy recovery.
Not in skates, of course. I'm sure his toes are a little cold out there.
Yeah, that can't be very comfortable.
I'm trying to catch a number for you there. I can't quite see on the sleeves there, but joining his team for the picture for this season nonetheless. So Hannah and I will step away and we'll let you guys just take in these photo ceremonies and trophy ceremonies. If you're here in the crowd, you're probably watching anyways, but if you're at home, enjoy, if you're on the Winnetka side of things, this picture, and on the Chargers side of things, the banner ceremony that is to ensue in just a moment. From Stream Sports Midwest, for Hannah Arbitman, I am Mike Napolitano, and we will see you guys in Game 2.
All right, welcome everybody to the wonderful playoffs here at the Leafs Arena. I am Andrew DeBrooker. Alongside me is Hannah. I'm so sorry, I didn't ask your last name before we started.
I'm Hannah Arvitman. We're here at the Canlan Sports Center in West Dundee for today's matchup. We're in the playoffs. It's the Rockford Roadrunners Squirt White Tier 3 against the Chicago Hawks Squirt White Tier 3. These teams are lining up on their respective blue lines for what seems to be the anthem. We heard it once already this morning, but I'm getting the idea that we'll hear it before every game here today, which is understandable in the playoffs. And we're also getting a lineup read here. We have those lineups, of course, this time around on the sheet. Struggled with that last game. But everything is set and ready to go for you watching at home or wherever you might be tuning in from. Thank you for tuning in. We are excited to have you, and we're excited for you to watch this game. I'm sure it'll be a good matchup.
Yeah, 1 versus 3 seed here. The Hawks are the 1 seed in the Squirt 3 division, and Rockford is the 3 seed. Both of them had over 15 wins on the season. Both of them big scoring teams. 95 goals for the Hawks and then 70 for the Roadrunners. And the Roadrunners are on a 5-game win streak, too.
Sure, we'll see that momentum carry into the playoffs. That's huge coming into this contest. But as we've seen recently, that really doesn't matter at the end of the day. We've seen lower seeds beat out the higher seeds just like the previous game, and really this could go both ways, especially between the 1 and 3 seed.
Absolutely. And I heard after we left, there was more overtime games throughout the course of the night.
Yes. Our last game just ended with a score of 3-2 in favor of the Northwest Chargers. That one was cutting down to the wire as well. All the games we saw yesterday were, I believe, 1-goal games. Some went to overtime, one went to a draw, which I personally have never seen before. So these are all going to be great matchups, tight, and the talent is pretty much very similar at this level. Each team showing respect to one another as they announce their rosters. We love to see it. This is really, I think, where you get the foundation of sportsmanship.
Yes.
I mean, this is what we're talking 9 to 11 years old. Some of these players just learning this important life skills, one of those being teamwork, leadership, of course, and just knowing how to work together to accomplish something that'll come in handy, not just in sports, but in life down the road as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You get some of the best life lessons in sports, and one of the best, personally for me, is respect. You know, maybe out on the ice, you are competitors against each other, but once that whistle blows, we saw a big celebration from the champions last game, and still everybody got back in line, shook some hands, pats on backs, make sure that nobody feels down truly at the end of the day, and that's what it's really all about.
It's a great point you bring up. I think it's so important to instill that respect so early on. And of course, again, we see them stick tapping each other for those introductions. That's a huge part of it. Everyone's standing, so we'll step away as we play the anthem here. Rowdy crowd here.
I can't wait. It gives me goosebumps. I love all the cheering and, playoff hockey, playoff sports. There's nothing better than a game with something on the line.
I completely agree. And these teams know it, these fans know it, and they are out here and they're ready to play. Get puck drop underway in just a couple seconds. Is the referee lining everyone up? And the puck is down. The Red Hawks take it off the draw at center ice. Down the boards. Find a Rockford player and back the other way. Rockford up the ice. Good pass, doesn't quite connect, and we'll get a whistle here.
Yeah, our first offsides of the game. It's 75. That's Eby. William Eby. Just getting a little antsy in this playoff hockey.
Rockford on the draw. This time, the Hawks take possession pretty early. Back along the boards. We'll get a battle here as Rockford comes away with the puck down the ice the other way. Still in the neutral zone, and now the Hawks trying to create some chances, and another whistle.
Yeah, some quick action here. No team really allowing for anybody to get really that far into the offensive zone. And the Hawks, they only allowed 34 goals all season. It's basically half of what any other team allowed. So they're known for their defense as well as their good offense, kind of like the Vipers we saw yesterday.
Really impressive for this age group. There's several just unlucky bounces sometimes that maybe could add up to those goals against, and sitting at 34, I believe you said.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very impressive stat for the entirety of their season.
When you play 20 games and as kids you're barely allowing, maybe a goal and a half a game, that's definitely something that you notice.
Both teams displaying some great defense here, not really allowing the opposing team to get into their zone or not too far into the zone. No scoring chances here within the first 2 minutes of play. Both goalies have time to get comfortable in their crease before they really see any action. Wallace now with the puck. Looks like it went off the skate of a Rockford player. Not enough momentum there to get to the net. Hawks still in the offensive zone. Malinak keeps it in. Shot.
Oh.
Could have been deflected, but just up high and didn't find the net. We'll get another whistle.
Yeah, it'll be the high sticking on Wallace for trying to bat down that high shot that got taken from just about the blue line from Malinak there.
It's a great effort there by Wallace, but you do have to... No penalty there.
No
penalty. I don't think it was interfering with the play at all, but you do have to be careful with those high sticks and where they can impact you.
Absolutely.
Let's go Hawks chant already breaking out. Just a couple minutes into the game, these parents are ready to cheer for their kids. Maybe not just parents. We've seen some grandparents, some other relatives. Some action.
That was a wonderful pass there. That's 25. That's Declan Cox. Declan Cox made a beautiful pass. It made a wide open man right in front of the net. Just wasn't able to squeeze it by the left side of the goalie for Rockford, which I believe is Morgan Coleman.
We were watching their warm-ups pretty closely. Rockford, Hawks had an opportunity there, but Coleman shut it down. She's staying with the puck. She's not letting it go into her crease at all just yet. Hopefully stays that way. As Rockford, collision there. Gets tied up. Hawks back the other way. And what could have been a beautiful opportunity there. Morgan Coleman stops the puck yet again. Rockford now with it. Try to take it out of their zone and a big collision along the board.
Yeah, Luke Van Syke, number 29, he has been just patrolling right in front of that goalie. Got that nice pass earlier and wasn't able to capitalize, and got a good chance there too. Oh, my!
Kincaid Oaks, who just had that puck. Great possession there from her.
Yeah, lots of contact. 3 Hawks and Kincaid all going down.
Hawks now back the other way. That's Lee, I believe. Teddy Lee tries to connect, but can't quite yet. As I wanted to mention earlier, we saw several girls during the warm-ups. I believe there's 3 or 4 on Rockford's roster. Morgan Coleman, their goalie, is one of them. I believe that's the first time this weekend that we're seeing a girl in net, which is really impressive.
Absolutely. We talked earlier about just the amount of girls on that one team, but I'm ready to see the play out of all of them. I was absolutely floored yesterday by some of the play out of some of the girls that we watched. Particularly that one Vipers player that we watched.
Yep,
I
Daniela Fremy.
Yes, she sticks in your
Name
head.
sticks in my head because she was that impressive. Such a powerful shot from her. And
that was a great chance by Siegler, 90 for the Roadrunners. Almost put it right in between the legs of Nicholas Onesco. Thank you for the pronunciation.
Had a couple parents step in to help us with those phonetics. So thank you to all those.
Yeah, I got home and my dad said, hey, that Daniela Fremy girl.
Just got some corrections there. That's not, in fact, Morgan in net. And Morgan is not a girl.
Easton
Our
Curley.
apologies.
That's Easton Curley then. Both goalies are 5 and 15, and I don't think we had seen Easton turn around enough. We'll give you your props now, Easton.
A lot of action there from both goalies in warm-ups, and we were sure that that was 15, not 5. But we appreciate the correction. Rockford now up the ice. It's number 37, Gunnar Klinkhammer. We discussed his name. That's a bad-ass name. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but that is super cool.
It's a wonderful name. There are some names that are just made for sports. Klinkhammer, Gunnar Klinkhammer, that's a sports name.
That's swag, if I've ever seen it.
Absolutely
and hopefully he
amazing.
plays with that same amount of swag.
Seems to be one of the bigger guys on the team for Rockford.
Rockford shot and gobbled up by the goalie on the Hawks.
That's Onesco.
Nicholas Onesco, as we have already mentioned, standing tall for his team. We never really talked about the jerseys here.
No, I really like his pads.
I do like his pads a lot. They kind of remind me of New York Rangers pads. I believe Shesterkin sports similar ones, and their jerseys are the same colorways and almost the same design, actually, as the Rangers.
It's Logan Wallace taking it into the offensive end for the Hawks. It's Edwards moving it forward for the Roadrunners on the right side. Loses his balance. He's surrounded by 3 Hawks now. Somehow still maintains the puck.
Unbelievable work there from Edwards.
And puts it back towards the goal. It's rebounded by another Roadrunner and then turned over. Parker Jones now for the Hawks.
The awareness on that play from Edwards to still maintain that puck after being hunted by 3 of the opposing team's players.
He fell down and still got back up and still kept the puck. Some of these kids' stick control is absolutely unbelievable.
And all I heard was, somebody help him. He definitely would have appreciated that in the moment. We'll get another stoppage.
Parents trying to send the cavalry his way. There's like 50 coaches on each side with the amount of parents and family members we have sitting. Each of these kids taking in instruction after instruction.
Puck is tangled up. And the Hawks will get it out of their zone, but Rockford is there to pick it right back up. Yeah. Trying to take it back into their offense. That was Klinkhammer with the possession there. Back for 90. That is Stefan Sigler, I believe.
That's a hockey last name. It's like silent T's, multiple consonants just paired together.
That one might be easier than some of the other
Oh,
ones
yeah.
we've seen. Hawks win this draw. They'll try to keep it in the zone. Some action at neutral ice, and Rockford comes away with the puck. A shot goes through the legs of several Hawks defensemen, but they're able to keep it away from their net.
Yeah, that's Lola Elmer who is taking the puck out for the Roadrunners.
Have an Elmer jersey right in front of us as you say that.
Love the custom jerseys for your, for your family. I still have a few old Bulldogs jerseys, that probably don't fit me anymore, but it's a source of pride when you get to see, family members cheering you on the sidelines, especially wearing your jersey number.
Face-off will be right in front of the Hawks bench. They're the home team in this one, and we're still scoreless with just about 4 minutes remaining in the first period. A lot of play at neutral ice here so far. No team really prevailing over the other just yet. The first period, as we've seen, kind of is the one where you settle in, get comfortable, get to know your opponent. Maybe these teams have played each other in the past, but playoffs are a different ballgame. And definitely come ready to play and get to know who you're playing against.
Absolutely. That was Chase Derma moving it in the offensive end for the Hawks. Ended up giving it up to the Roadrunners.
Malinak trying to keep it in the zone, but nobody's there to pick up that pass. Rockford now trying to get it back into their end. The captain, number 75, it is William Ebby, I believe. Puck is along the boards. Down the other way for the Hawks. Trying to create some opportunity here, but nothing again. And Rockford will send it the other way. Another Hawk there to pick it up.
Yeah, I believe that's Cole Peakensteel.
I think that's Fanninstill.
It's an F.
That is definitely an F.
Fanninstill.
Yes.
It's tough when they're moving around so fast. And he is moving.
Zone for Rockford. It's number 27, Reagan Munda. All alone, shoots, but that is a save. Another big save from Nicholas Onesco.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the goalies so far. Like you mentioned earlier, the nerves and the settling in the first period, where you notice it the most is the goalies. A lot, maybe not warmed up enough, maybe not getting enough opportunities, so you're a little, complacent in how your positioning is, and those small things, can really lead to disaster. But a great job from these two.
2 minutes remaining in the first period with some change. Still scoreless. It's maybe the first game, actually, that we're seeing all weekend that's still scoreless through the first period. We'll see if they're able to maintain that score or if somebody is able to break the ice.
There's Klinkhammer again, Gunner.
Gets caught up in his own skates, but still is able to make that pass to a teammate. Meyer up the ice, and Anderson can't quite make that reach.
Yeah, that was Finn Meyer for the Roadrunners, trying to make a nice lead pass just a little too far outside. We're going to get a timeout here. A nice little change.
I don't think that's a timeout just yet. I wouldn't see a need for one so early in the game, but you never know.
Hey, a little stoppage of play, a little break for everybody,
reset,
a little line
absolutely.
change. It feels like a mini timeout.
Just catch some breath. Hawks coach is trying to signal something. I believe they're noticing an issue. All had an arm up, trying to get attention. The ref is skating over to the Rockford bench, having an exchange with their coach. Can't quite pick up what that's about.
I believe it is where the position of the face-off is. They just moved it from the closer red dot by the Hawks offensive zone back into the neutral zone.
And another loud and proud "Let's Go Hawks" chant.
You can really feel the energy when they shake your feet.
Oh, yeah. The bleachers are shaking. And I believe that will be an icing call as they send the puck all the way down the ice.
Back inside of the Hawks zone. I think that is, Lola Elmer with the face-off. She gets it poked away from her. That's Siegler and Ebby. Both keeping it in for the Roadrunners. A nice pass into the center. Siegler, top of the net, right over the glove of Onesco. What a goal!
And what a celebration from Sigler. That was incredible. Far down on the goalie. Not a whole lot that Onesco could have done there. Stefan Sigler with that goal. An absolute beauty. And this one will set the score apart. It is 1-0 Rockford Roadrunners with 1:40 remaining in the first period.
And if these games have shown me anything, this kind of means the floodgates are open. I feel like once the jitters of the first goal get out of the way, we normally start to see them in bunches.
Absolutely. Rockford definitely gaining momentum after that goal as you see them trying to create another chance there. But the Hawks pick it up,
Great
enter
pass
their
to Lee
zone,
in the middle.
backhand. But Rockford's goalie, that is number 5, Easton Carley, is able to make a stop, kind of kicks it out with his blocker. And we have some action down by our glass. Looks like they were just sitting on the puck to cover it. Puck is back in play, and Rockford has possession, trying to get back into their offensive zone. But some confusion here as we're still in the neutral zone, and the Hawks will have to dump it out.
Absolutely. Hawks really going to push now.
There's that pass that they're looking for. That's number 29 with the puck.
It's Luke Van Sickle, who had the nice shot on the open net earlier. Just couldn't get it to go in.
Down to the final seconds of the first period. Hawks are hungry for their first goal of the game. They do not want to be trailing going into the intermission.
And the Roadrunners pressuring within these last few seconds. Daly and Slawbaugh, 10 seconds to go.
Puck is along the boards, and that'll bring us right down to the final seconds of the period.
Yeah, some great defense by the Hawks at the end of there with Fannin-Steele making sure to keep the puck away from their goalie as long as possible for that last 20 seconds here.
That'll do it for the first period. We'll step away for just a second and come back for the second.
Welcome back, everybody, to some second period action in this championship of the Squirt White Tier 3 division here in West Dundee. I am Andrew DeBrooker, and then it's Hannah. Oh, you said Arndale?
Arbitman.
Arbitman? Man, you know.
One of those
I'm gonna
hockey
get it.
last names, as you said. That one's
Is
may
the spelling just
qualify.
as bad?
No, actually, it's
Fairly normal?
fairly simple, I would say.
Wonderful hit there by Portello.
Great opportunity there for the Hawks. Can't quite capitalize on a backdoor attempt from number 7.
Yeah.
That was
Fan
Cole Fannin steal.
Nice spin move, and ended up paying the price, just not able to control his speed, slamming into the boards there.
But was quick to get right back up. Fannin steal on the shorter side. We've seen several on Rockford also who can't quite make that connecting reach. Can't quite get the puck on the stick just due to size. Obviously, you overcome that as you get older, but some of these players just as skilled as their taller counterparts. At the Squirt level, we have been notified that it's 9 to 11 years old. And
What a
there is
shot.
the first Hawks goal. That was Fritz Lark. One-timer there. And a beautiful shot that goes.
Big number 99.
Just what the Hawks needed to get themselves back into this game, get the momentum flowing the opposite way. Both teams now sitting at 1 with 11-11 remaining in the second period.
Both teams making a wish now for more goals.
I'm sure they are. We'll get a face-off at center ice. And the Hawks trying to find it. They do. Wallace sends it down the board, but Rockford will take possession of the puck. Send it around one more time. Wallace right there to pick it back up. Sorry, that was not Wallace. That was 65.
Malinek.
That's Max Malinek. We also had some help pronouncing the last name. Believe that may be some Russian, maybe Ukrainian origin.
Definitely in that area.
One of those hockey last names, as you mentioned. Those are quite difficult to pronounce. Wallace again with it.
There's some great defense.
Kaiser breaks up that connecting pass. Tries to send it to one of his teammates. But can't quite find anybody.
Yeah, Parker Jones doing a good job for the Hawks, trying to combat what the Roadrunners have going on. Down in front of us, and it's going to get pushed back in to the Roadrunners' defensive zone.
Reagan Munda with the puck.
She's fast.
She is fast, and she can control that puck very well. I believe that's she. To the parents listening, please correct me if I'm wrong.
You just have to go off of the ponytail, and we're 50-50 now. So
Wallace doing a lot of work for the Hawks. Seems like a long shift for him. But it really doesn't look like he's too tired out there.
no, but he will get a little break.
Well-deserved break, as the Hawks will go to the penalty kill. Not quite sure what the call on that was.
I must have missed the call for the penalty on that one.
Trying to get some assistance here from our man Mike Napolitano, who's keeping score in this one for you on the stream.
Short-handed, Van Syke taking it into the Roadrunners' end.
Incredible effort, but it's broken up. Had 2 Rockford players on him. That was number 37 to get that puck away from Van Syke. That was Gunnar Klinkhammer. Send it back the other way, and Nicholas Onesko will hold on.
Yeah, nice shot, too. I think that's what's impressed me most. I didn't really expect some of the power that some of these kids are able to put out. It's really getting behind it. Maybe the coordination's a little off, maybe you slip a little, but the power is all there.
I mean, even to just pick up that speed, and send it all the way down the ice by yourself, especially on the breakaway, really impressive at any level.
Absolutely. A little mosh of players. That's Salazar and Portillo there.
Great shot from the blue line by Malinuk. Try to connect with one of his teammates down the end of the ice, but can't quite do that. And I think we're seeing another stoppage here.
Sleigh ball.
We have a phonetic pronunciation in the
Sleigh
chat.
ball.
Thank you to those tuning
Thank you
in.
very much. I have the same issue with last names because I got double capital letter and then UYC thrown in there, and so people really lose it. So I appreciate the phonetic help.
A lot of neutral zone play throughout this game. We're seeing both teams kind of having the same amount of opportunities to get the pucks to the net. But I can't say that either team is really outplaying the other one. Gunnar Klinkhammer with the puck as we speak. Passes it to Evie. Slaybaugh. And the Hawks will find it and send it down to the opposing zone.
Siegler, the Roadrunners' goal scorer, with a nice clear there to Eby. Getting in a little bit of a way with the ref there as they clear it back out, pushing into the offensive zone of the Hawks. Fritz Lark, a nice attempt to clear that's stopped by Ziegler. And that will be an icing.
We're getting some action right behind us, Andrew. Some hockey siblings playing mini sticks, this time with a ball. I saw hockey tape being used as a puck yesterday. Oh, loses his footing, and he takes a tumble right behind us.
Save! He's all good.
Gets right back up. He's okay, but big shout out to these hockey siblings who wake up early in the mornings, watch their siblings' games, try to pay attention, get distracted, go off and play mini sticks with all the other siblings, and try to keep themselves as entertained as possible throughout these long weekends of hockey.
Absolutely. My aunt is she has her own hockey family, and as somebody that was the older cousin that that definitely took a few drives and helped with some car rides. These are long days you got to prepare yourself with. I can't imagine being a young kid and trying to figure out what to do all day.
Hawks with the puck.
It's Fritz Lark for the Hawks. He is their goal scorer with a nice attempt at the pass to the middle. And gets batted around, but a nice save for the Roadrunners, and they're going to turn it back on the offensive.
Easton Carley was able to stick that one out.
Yeah, and Cole Fannensteel taking it away before the Roadrunners can get a whole lot further into the neutral zone and immediately continuing the attack for the Hawks.
Lots of Rockford sweaters in front of their goalie, trying to help him out as much as possible. He hasn't seen too much action, I don't think, in this period so far, other than the goal from the Hawks and maybe a couple shots. Kincaid Oaks down the ice, takes a shot! Commotion in front of the net. But Nicholas Onesko holds on, finds that puck, and he has it in his glove. My goodness, what could have been?
Yeah, great high shot. That's really what I think is the most probably threatening thing for. Oh, we're gonna get a goalie change.
Just about halfway through the game.
Ethan Sarna for the Hawks is going to check in for Onesko.
I wonder if that was the plan or if something maybe went wrong. Thought Onesko played a great game. Props to him.
Could be keeping the legs fresh, or maybe, as we did mention, this is the championship game. You never want any kid to feel left out, even if he's your secondary goalie. Trying to give them both equal playing time, and I think that's wonderful.
That's something you're still able to do at this level without too high of stakes, I think. Obviously, as you progress, there becomes a clear 1 and 2 spot. But in the championship game, you want to be able to play both goalies and make them both feel loved and appreciated and needed on the roster.
Yeah, we talked earlier about a lot of those good lessons, and, you know, oh! A slap shot from Malinik from just across the blue line.
Wow. We could hear that one all the way from up here. That was quite the slap shot. I mean, the strength on that to find the back of the net, and it kind of ricocheted out, so you know that that was a hard shot, maybe not something Easton Carley was prepared for. And from so far off the ice, you really never know when those can go in.
Absolutely. Now the Roadrunners back on the offensive on the opposite side after that goal from the Hawks. Nice pass from Evie, and Bailey can't just get it. He corrals it and had a nice backhand attempt. Kaiser from his blue line basically taking a nice hard shot as well.
Just a little bit wide. I'm not sure that Surma caught a piece of that. Got another call here.
Kaiser doing a great job of kind of sticking back and making sure the puck doesn't get too far out of the way for the Roadrunners. Make sure that they can continue their attack there. It's a great job from him.
Face-off will be at center ice. After a little scramble, Hawks come away with the puck, but they quickly turn it over.
Down in front of us, and Kincaid Oaks fights off 3 people to move it into the offensive zone for the Roadrunners.
Malinook sends that one up the board. Malinook has become a threat quickly for this Rockford team.
Yes, I'm glad we got the pronunciation change because we've been saying his name a lot. Really making an impact here. We're going to get a full line change for the Hawks, too.
Both benches looked pretty stacked. Don't think there comes a point in the game where they may be, too tired, out of gas, anything like that. Maybe a shorter bench on the Rockford side, but overall a pretty good amount of players on both teams.
Yeah, it seems that Rockford has, I believe that is 8 different players on their bench right now. And I believe it's the exact same on the opposite side for the Hawks.
Oh, Salazar on his knees, trying to make a spinorama move to make a pass there.
Yeah.
Incredibly impressive to stay with the puck as he's down. Klinkhammer now with the puck. Makes a pass back to Salazar.
Great job for Salazar to keep it in the zone.
Uh,
Klinkhammer and Salazar just absolutely not letting it.
Doing everything they can. It was a great attempt there. Not quite sure on the number. That
Lola Elmer.
Don't think it caught a piece of Surma. But he was tracking it well.
Absolutely. And it gets pushed down, controlled by Salazar in their own defensive end. He's got pressure from Cox there, and Lark also surrounding him. He's going to kick it up to Lola Elmer, and she's going to go on the attack here. Kincaid Oaks.
Off the skate of Kincaid Oaks. But a great effort there. We talked a lot about teamwork in the previous game. Seeing that kind of pick up here, I think, not to call it selfish play, but sometimes you just can't connect with your teammates, especially at this level. But both these teams now doing a much better job, having a better feel of each other. And the Hawks definitely displaying the teamwork on this rush.
Ooh, Fritz Lark with a great pass there as the Hawks got into the zone. And he gets the puck back after some miscommunication on who was going to move the puck up for the Roadrunners. Hawks back to control it. At 70 or 33, Darovich there, keeping the puck in the offensive zone. It's going to get turned over back to the Roadrunners. Here come the Roadrunners, 3-on-2.
Lose a man, and that goes right into the glove of Ethan Surma.
And that was Siegler, the goal scorer for the Roadrunners earlier, taking a nice high shot. But it was no worry, no sweat down on the other end for Ethan Sarna. Is Anderson making sure that he wins the faceoff for the Roadrunners.
Sarna staying with it as the puck is behind his net, and the Hawks take it down. Wallace trying to connect with Jones.
Yeah, he's going to get. Oh.
Trying to figure out who's getting this puck where. Looks like the Roadrunners could have had it for a second. Then Wallace gets that puck on his stick. It's kind of a threat in the neutral zone.
Absolutely.
Always has the puck on him, it seems like. It just kind of finds him. Obviously works for it. It's not a magnet to his stick or anything like that.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of overly offensive work from him, but he has been making some great passes to advance the team further into the offensive zone there.
Just trying to control the puck, get it back into the offensive zone. That's Logan Wallace. He's been doing a great job with that. I feel like we talked about him quite a bit, but there's really things to highlight within his game.
Absolutely. Lots of things to highlight. And I think one thing I certainly want to point out is Kincaid Oaks. He's playing with so much physicality. We saw them push the player out of the way earlier to get that nice shot over to Lola. And it was just some great passing, some great teamwork, and really fighting off, a lot of the smaller players.
Under a minute remaining in the second period. 2-1 Hawks. The face-off was in their zone, but it now looks like somebody was sitting on the puck again along the board. That seems to be the strategy sometimes. Just
get yourself in the way.
Yep.
It's Gunnar Klinkhammer.
Drag out the time, and he's met with 2 Hawks players still down on the ice, but he's quick to get back up. He'll go for he won't go for a change. Puck is on the corner, down under the sign that says Ortho Illinois Rink, across from the Zamboni door.
Luke Van Sickle tries for a shot as soon as he crosses the blue line. Just goes wide right as the second period ends here. It's 2-1 Hawks over the Roadrunners, and we will be right back for your third period in this championship matchup for the Squirt Tier 3. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the final period of action here at this championship matchup between the Chicago Hawks and the Rockford Roadrunners in this Tier 3 championship. I am Andrew DeBrooker, Lightside Hannah Arendale. Oh, man.
Don't worry about it.
I feel like a complete non-smarty pants.
Puck is back in the corner where it kind of gravitated last period across from that Zamboni door. Not the best viewpoint for us, but it looks like maybe a new player on the ice that we haven't seen previously. That is number 59. Kaizen Suzuki. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Hawks getting more looks here in the offensive zone. Can't quite capitalize on the opportunity yet, as Rockford will send it to the neutral zone and back into their defensive zone. I'm sure they don't want to be playing any more defense on the Red Hawks today.
Absolutely.
As they're already down 2-1, but still a lot of time left.
Just a lot of pressure constantly put on. Darvich just been sitting in the neutral zone, continuously resetting the Roadrunner offense over and over again, continuously putting pressure on. And we're going to get a change as well as Wallace comes back on. And we're going to get Portillo back on and Malinik for the Hawks.
Klinkhammer really taking his time, but able to come away with the puck. He shoots, but goes wide of the net. He's met with several Hawks defensemen who are there to pick up his change outside of the crease.
Parker
And
Anderson
Sarna holds on.
with a nice shot there. Hit the puck so hard he fell down.
That'll do it. I mean, it takes a lot of strength. And especially when you're trying to balance for maybe a one-timer shot, it can be pretty challenging.
Hawks are going to push it back into the offensive end.
Jones with speed going down the board. Sends it around. Hoping to find a teammate. But met with some Rockford players who will send the puck the opposite way. That's Meyer to Anderson. Pretty impressive stretch pass there.
Anderson with a nice pass to center ice for Kaiser.
Getting tangled up with Hawks Henry Anderson. And I'm hearing a whistle, but I can't tell if that's not from our rink. There is a different sheet of ice right behind us. And I believe that might be the first whistle we're hearing from the outside.
Yeah, you have to be careful not to react to the wrong things. There's so many sounds going on here. I can't imagine it for the kids down on the ice.
You know, I'm thinking they can't really hear those. I just have a feeling they're not able to hear that well, especially with all the action that they're seeing and hearing all around them, whether that's their teammates, their coaches trying to tell them something, the parents cheering in the crowd.
And Parker Jones is going to get to Wallace in the offensive zone. Free shot at the net for Parker Jones. Or no, that was Wallace. Parker Jones made the nice pass to Wallace there, and Wallace with a backhand.
Displayed his stick handling abilities as well. We talked about his defense quite a bit. Really showed off that he can maintain the puck as well.
That's a nice stick save on the other end by Sarna. That was Finn Meyer, who took a nice shot and put the pressure on. And now Gunnar Klinkhammer moving in. Puts a nice shot.
Blocker save from Sarna. Kicks it out. That was a great opportunity there from Klinkhammer.
Yeah, and then Siegler putting another shot in there for a rebound. Won't go. It's Salazar and McMahon getting wrapped up.
Everyone's looking for a call here. I don't think we'll get one. The Roadrunners are really creating any opportunity they can at this point, throwing everything at the net. But Ethan Sarna will not let anything through.
Yeah, lots of pressure being put on from the Roadrunners. We've seen Salazar, we've seen Siegler. Siegler and Klinkhammer alongside on that particular line are the main offensive forces for them. And then when they bring in Oaks and Lola, I believe it's Lola Elmer. Yes, they're kind of the offensive side on that next line. And they've just been so impressive with how the four of those are able to control the offense.
The Roadrunners have 7 minutes to tie this game, potentially score 2 and send it, win the game, or score 1, send it into overtime. Any results they would be happy with, I'm sure, as there's some Hawks action on the opposing side. Their goalie sits on the puck, and we'll get a face-off.
It might be an undefeated move sitting on the puck. I think it...
You know what? It works every time. As long as you stop that puck's momentum and you catch it at the right time, most likely won't move from underneath you, and you know exactly that it's right under you.
Just
Nothing's
don't
going
move.
to happen.
Wonderful
Great
stick save. That was Chase Dima.
Getting all the cowbells, and he totally deserves those.
Wow.
Almost lost the puck there as he tries to elbow it off.
Dima with back-to-back shots that threaten to grow the lead in this last 7 minutes.
That was a good shot from number 65. That was Max Malinak, the goal scorer in this game. One of them. That one might have been not quite enough to get it to the back of the net.
No, him and Dima both kind of sitting just outside the blue line, both lobbing shots in, praying to get a nice rebound.
If I'm Rockford, I'm really pressuring Malinak at this point since he did score from just near that blue line last time. I wouldn't leave him open there. Now, of course, he kind of lost some power on those last two shots. Weren't strong enough to find the back of the net, but still enough to create some commotion in front of Rockford's net.
Absolutely. Some wonderful defense from Salazar there, knocking that pass down from Malinak. Malinak kind of going unmarked for 2 free shots there. And Salazar doing a great job at not allowing it to happen. That was a great shot from Reagan Munda. Basically took the puck and took it the entire length of the court. Ice, court.
We get the point. Kaiser back in the zone now for Rockford. He's met with some hawks and unable to make a shot.
And it's going to swing around to Fritz Lark, one of the goal scorers for the Hawks. Just keeping control of it behind the net. And now he's going to give it off to Darovich. Darovich is going to move it down to Fanensteel. Oh! Almost had a breakaway opportunity. Just kind of lost control of the puck there. And there's Fritz once again. Making a nice shot from the neutral zone.
Looks like some of these players may be getting a little bit tired, kind of beginning to miss the puck. Or maybe that's just an age thing, not quite sure. But it's that point in the game where you're looking to keep the game alive if you're Rockford. And if you're the Hawks, you're either trying to score another goal or just sit comfortably and not let Rockford score. Fannin still crashing into the net. Able to get up.
Yep. That was Fritz Lark with a great pass there to Fanensteel. Kind of noticing what you were saying earlier. Maybe tiredness or age and just maybe lack of urgency towards the puck, but definitely pace slowing down.
Sigler with that pass to Meyer. Meyer trying to keep the puck, but he has a lot of pressure from Fanensteel and Cox, who send it back into Rockford's zone.
And here's Klinkhammer. And gets it poked
Meyer
away from
again
them.
with some speed. Takes the shot quite afar, but is broken up
Yeah,
by
Portillo. I love this. The stick work from these kids is so impressive. Fanensteel now with a breakaway. Not quite. Over the left shoulder of Ethan. Oh, not Ethan Sarna. So that's Easton Curley. Eby for the Roadrunners. Tries to get it over, but it's blocked.
Broken up, and Sarna holds on with a lot of pressure there from Rockford. I was going to say the Ice Hogs. Sarna getting some love from his teammates.
Yeah, and that was Grayson Daly there, almost with a nice rebound. You can see things kind of getting chippy, a little shoving going on after the stoppage there. Can tell that this means a lot to these guys and these teams. I mean, you don't get to play in championship.
Rockford may be getting a little frustrated.
I want to see them turn that frustration into that blistering offense we saw earlier.
Exactly.
That really put the Hawks on the defensive. You do not want the Hawks controlling the pace here, especially when they could close the door, basically.
Anderson through the legs of Kaiser. On a breakaway one-timer, just wide.
Yeah,
a great effort there.
Really, he wound up there.
Made me worry.
Yeah, we saw some very hard shots, leave the rink the other day and enter the benches. Anytime anybody winds up with that much power, a small part of me just curls back into itself. Oh no.
Looks like Rockford is taking their timeout with 2 minutes, 18 seconds remaining here in the third period. Hawks still lead 2-1. Rockford is probably doing anything they can at this point to try to tie this game. I'm sure we'll see a goalie pull in the coming minutes here, maybe right after the timeout to let on that extra attacker and hopefully tie the game at 2.
And we have one particular coach for the Hawks pulling Sarna aside, giving him a nice pep talk here, telling him, hey kid, you got 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Play as hard as you can.
You know Sarna's going to have a lot of pressure in his zone. He's going to see a lot of shots, I'm sure, for the next 2 minutes, especially with that extra attacker. So he definitely needs that pep talk now more than ever. Stakes are high. Parents are cheering. It's getting chippy here in the final 2 minutes of this championship game. Parents are looking for the call. I don't think there will be one, but we will get a stoppage. Are they looking for a penalty? I'm hearing you can't hold the skate. I'm not sure that I saw anyone holding a skate, but I also might have missed that, so.
I don't think there is a penalty here.
Face off in the neutral zone. It looks like the ref is trying to figure something out with Chicago's Henry Anderson. Takes him away from the draw, and Wallace will come in. Wallace and Elmer on the draw. Elmer sends it back.
A little bit of confusion on who was taking the face off there.
Looks like we'll be getting another face-off, so hopefully this one makes a little more sense to both the players and the referees.
It looks like the ref is going over and explaining the confusion from that last face-off to the Chicago coaches who seem to have some questions. Lola Elmer with the win to the face-off. She's going to hit Meyer. Wonderful shot on net there and a good pad save.
Sarna got a piece of that. Of course, didn't let it affect him too much. Rockford's goal is now empty. They've let on the extra attacker we see. I think that was, can't quite get a number on
Siegler?
That. It was Kincaid Oaks coming in as the extra attacker.
And now you have Klinkhammer, Oaks, and Siegler all on the ice at the same time. Three of the main offensive focal pieces.
Sarna holds on. You can see how frustrated Rockford is getting at this point. They're trying to shove anything into his net, but he is not letting up.
Absolutely. They're putting a ton of pressure on him, and he's just holding it down, doing such a great job. I mean, he's taken quite a lot of shots on goal today. They spent a good 2 minutes in his zone earlier, just peppering him with shots, and now for the last 30 seconds or so here, they've been doing the exact same thing.
Hawks tried to dump it out there, but puck found some Rockford players, and it's still in their zone. Rockford on the offense as the Hawks try again to dump it out, and it looks like they don't.
No.
Oaks with the puck. Here comes trouble for Sarna.
And Oaks trying to pass it off to Meyer. Kind of loses control of it a little bit.
Down the ice. Won't be enough to get it into the net.
40 seconds to go.
Close enough for Ziegler. to come in and scoop it out. And what a goal that could have been. That was Van Sickle's shot, I believe, that just kind of went parallel along the goal line. Wasn't able to get inside, but
as close as you could get.
Rockford doing everything they can to play in front of their net right now as they send it back.
15 seconds for Rockford. They got to go on the offensive right now. Clinkham removing it.
Oh! Gets caught up.
And I believe...
Are we getting at a penalty here?
I believe that's just a late offsides there. No,
we
are
getting
getting a penalty. Wow,
My
for Rockford.
goodness.
7 seconds of power play.
So it'll be 6-on-4 for the final 6 seconds of the game. This is quite the sight. Lee in the box, unhappy with that call, but I'm sure he knows his team can hold it down. I believe that was the Hawks taking the timeout on this one. Again, a pep talk for Starna coming most likely, meeting with the goalie coach. Just gonna, hey bud, it's all good. Got 6 seconds, maybe a face-off, maybe one rush. Hold it down.
You have one play to stop. 2 plays max.
Both the Hawks goalies have been stellar this game. It's really all about poise control, you know, not letting the nerves get to you in the final 6 seconds.
Yeah, since Sarna has come in, they have not allowed a goal since they came in with about halfway through the second period. This back half of the game, completely locking it down and now needing it the most. Hopefully, Rockford drew up the best play that they have.
Rockford coming out with some
face-off.
momentum. You can see it. They're hungry coming out of this timeout. Let's see if that can convert to anything.
Yeah, some urgency.
Hawks faithful, loud as ever. We're going to face off in front of Chicago's net.
3 seconds.
Found the boards. Sarna around the net. And the Hawks have won this one. Look at that celebration. Sarna getting all the love for his heroics. A shutout for him. A great game by Onesco.
Never seen the goalie hit the worm before.
That
was
something for their team to win this. 2-1.
Yeah, and
unreal.
The Chicago Hawks are going to be champions of the white Tier 3 division here in West Dundee. We will stay with you for a little while as they kind of set up a trophy presentation and photographs. I am so impressed with that final play. Only 7 seconds to even get anything really going, and they were able to get it popped up. Lola Elmer with a wonderful shot there at the end. Just kind of got some air, just went a little over the left of the goal there.
Have to give Rockford credit, of course. They played a great game. Lots to be proud of. Unable to capitalize, unfortunately, at necessary moments, and that's kind of what cost them. But overall, I'm sure they can be proud of their season and this game this morning.
Absolutely. All right, as they line up for pictures here, we will step away as you guys can enjoy a trophy presentation and pictures for these teams. right, welcome in everybody to the championship game for the Squirt Blue Tier 1 here in West Dundee. I am Andrew DeBrooker. With me is Mike Napolitano. How you doing today, Mike?
I am good. I'm excited to see this matchup for the Blue Tier 2.
Or Tier 2.
Blue Tier 1, excuse me. Sorry, you were right. Blue Tier 1 between the Blues and the Midwest Blackbirds. The Blues finished in 5th during the regular season. They had 10 wins, 9 losses, and 1 overtime loss. As for the Blackbirds, they were right below the Blues with 9 wins, 10 losses, and an overtime loss. So quite literally just 2 points separating, 1 game, 1 win separating these two teams. But they're both here in the championship today. And as we've seen so far, playoffs are a different beast, and they've worked just as hard to get here.
Absolutely. And with 2 teams as closely contested as that and a lot of close matchups that we've seen throughout these this weekend, I'm real excited to see the competitiveness between these 2 teams.
Let's see which goaltenders we have. It looks like on the Blackbirds side of things, it'll be a number 37, Dax Fugate.
And Dexter Butkovich for the Blackbirds on the opposite side. We were just waiting for the goalie.
Yeah, just waiting. Oh, just waiting on. I'm pretty sure that's Fugate on that side, but we'll have to see. I can't quite tell that he's got the jersey tuck going on, so I can't quite see a number over there.
Yeah, a few players allowing things like that to happen. We see the Blackbirds take some early offensive. It's Ely with a shot on goal and a nice pad save there by Wojtek. It gets slapped outside, controlled once again by the Blues. Some good pressure put on by Butkovich. Now handled by Madigan for the Blues. He will turn it over, and the Blackbirds will attempt to clear it out. But we will have an offsides there by the Blackbirds. Lots of jitters early in the game. You know, I was talking with Hannah a lot earlier about how it's really about settling in early in the first period.
Yeah, and there's probably a lot of young skaters here that are just playing in a championship for their very first time. So I'm sure the nerves are high in some sense, but you got to kind of just treat it like it's a normal game and play your same style of game that got you here.
Absolutely. Zamula taking it up for the Blues. 4 Blackbirds defenders around him, and they will take that puck back away. Kept in by the Blues by Navarro, playing great defense to keep the pressure on. Puck behind the net in the corner there. Navarro keeping the pressure on. Throws a nice shot that goes off of Gagne's shoulder pads there, and Navarro will re-get it back in front. That's some good defense there, right off of the shoulder of Chael for the Blackbirds.
We have not seen this Blackbirds team yesterday, but we did see the Blues yesterday, and Zamula is definitely one to watch out for. He's listed as Sasha Alexander on our rosters, but Zamula on the back of the jersey, and Hannah and I were doing that game, and we were talking about how many goals he had in that one. I believe he completed the hat trick. If not, he for sure had 2. So got to watch out for the dangerous hands there if you're the Blackbirds.
Absolutely. And that is 20 for the Blackbirds. It is Kane Ritter pushing it down. He's going to put a wraparound pass there. Up to McGuire for the Blackbirds. Oh, McGuire thought Ely was still standing to the left of him and went to go throw a pass that way, and Ely tried to reposition himself, and it just got out of hand there.
This Midwest Blackbirds team, a little hesitant on the passes early on, but they know what their game is. They know where they're going to be, and they've made some nice crisp passes when they've had that time. It's can they do it a little quicker against this Blues team?
Yeah, and Zamula with some great stick handling to help push it back into neutral ice. And now Semrad for the Blues Gets it poked away. Some great defense there by Caleb McGuire for the Blackbirds. And McGuire will be the one to move it into neutral ice. Tries to make a nice pass and ends up, puck gets batted around a little bit, ends back with McGuire, and then turned over once again to the Blues.
Blackbirds trying to get out of their zone here, and they've struggled along the boards. They're out now.
Absolutely, and Graham Smith for the Blackbirds. I can't say Blackhawks. They're wearing very, very close uniforms, and I'm having to pause in my brain.
Even their logo, the Blackbird itself on the crest is very similar to the Blackhawks. They take inspiration from theirs. There's probably a partnership throughout the years, and they play out of Northwest Indiana, so not too far from the Chicago zip code.
Yeah, we'll accept any more Blackhawks fans we can. A little scrum here at center ice. 3 Blues, 3 Blackbirds. It will end up back with the Blackbirds again. A little wraparound pass here on the front of the boards. That's Jackson Carley. Turns it over, and now Navarro with a lot of speed. Split 3 different guys, but couldn't beat the 4th man there on the defense. Now you got Semrad. Wow. Wonderful high shot and a nice glove save there on the opposite end by the Blackbirds.
I think that drew iron as well, so a little bit of tip from the glove, but that one hit off the framework.
Yeah, that is Dax Fugate for the Blackbirds in goal.
Dax Fugate in net for the Blackbirds, and down on the other end, of course, we have Wojtek. I saw him yesterday. Wakamanski in net. I believe that's another A. It's either Waxmansky or Wakamanski.
Yes. One of those hockey names.
Very good one.
That is Flip and Merzen with the faceoff there. Flip won the faceoff to keep the puck on the Blues side in that offensive zone. Navarro again shooting it inside. Loving the work from Evett Levenesi. Levenzi.
Oh, that one was on the line from Zamula, and able to cover up and pounce on that was Dax Fugate. Otherwise, that could have been dangerous.
Doesn't get more worrisome than that. Championship hockey. You know, his heart's jumping out of his chest after that one.
He's rubbing his side after that save. I'm not sure if that caught him at a funny angle or what happened there, but hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, both the Blues and the Blackbirds without a backup goalie, so I'll really hope that he's doing all right. Navarro not able to handle it, and the Blackbirds are going to go on the attack. Navarro with some great defense, kind of using his size to get that puck away. It's handled by Zamula. And Zamula's going to move a nice attack here. Inside. That's Ace Madigan. He will turn it over. Into center ice here, up against the boards. Lots of fighting for the puck. Merzen, Navarro, and Gunyon. Gunn
put his hands up as if that was a goal, but I don't know if he could tell that was still in between the legs of Wakamanski.
Getting really excited about maybe just even getting an opportunity at a goal there.
would break the scoreless tie. You see the Blackbirds in one of those shooting formations right off the draw, but they lose it there.
Yeah, Merzen not able to handle it off of that face-off, but it's kind of back in McGuire's hands. And he's going to put it towards center ice. He's going to get batted around a little bit. Handled by the Blues. Oh! Nice.
A little bit of shoulder action right there. Illegal hit we play on.
And McGuire is going to take it in to the attacking zone for those Blackbirds. Some amazing defense being played by the Blues. Ely of the Blackbirds will ring it around. Gets stopped, but he gains control of it again. Him and Gagnon both moving on the offensive. And Navarro will pick it up for the Blues in the corner and will take it out. Navarro gaining a lot of speed again, out chasing 3 different Blackbirds right now. One fell down, now set up for a nice shot. Looked to be more of a pass, not a whole lot of power on that one, but it just caught the glove down there of Dax Fugate.
4:17 to go here in this first period, but you mentioned that speed of Navarro that we've seen earlier in this game, and he does it once again, going end-to-end with the puck. He's also not exactly what you would picture one of the speedy guys in this league. He's a bigger body, so you'd think he'd be a little bit slower, but he's somehow got the speed and the size, and that could be very dangerous.
Absolutely. Use both that speed and that size. And now Zamula, what a wonderful goal! Takes it himself and shoots it just above the glove side of Dax Fugate and then goes full sprawl towards his goalie.
Sasha Zamula looked like he was sliding down a water slide right there. I think it meant to be like almost a baseball slide celebration after he went down to one knee, but then instead it decided to just kind of sprawl out like a snow angel. Excited about that first goal.
Plenty of snow angels to be had, maybe for celebration after the game.
Indeed, indeed.
It's Semrad. Taking it for the Blues. And he will just lose kind of his feet out from underneath him, end up giving that puck back. Lots of speed here now from Chael. 82 for the Blackbirds. Tries just a far left side there on that attempt. That's Bennett Chael. Puck swung around in the corner. Blackbirds trying to keep it on the offensive. Chael's going to hold it in. And a quick one-timer and then a nice rebound. Won't quite find the net. That was Lavezzi and Carey.
This is going to come down all the way for an icing. We saw a nice turnaround shot there from the Blackbirds, but couldn't sustain the offensive zone pressure, so that gives the Blues an opportunity to clear it. But like I said, down for an icing, so they'll have to restart in their own zone again.
Absolutely, and we'll see if the Blackbirds come out once again in this kind of shooting formation, really wanting to put pressure on, especially after that nice one-timer attempt that they had earlier. And there's another one.
There it is. You mentioned it, that shooting position off the faceoff, and they get it that time with the faceoff win. It just wouldn't go on net.
And now Madigan, 28. Nice shot. It was a good pad save there by Fugate.
Phillip just throwing that puck on the net, and I don't mind that play. I mean, you're going to win yourself an offensive zone faceoff out of it, or that puck maybe takes a funny bounce and finds its way to the back of the net or gets you a rebound. So always good to just throw pucks at the net.
You never know when you take a nice shot and there's a bunch of bodies in front of the net what could happen. That puck has a mind of its own, takes some weird bounces, and all you need is just one of them to go your way. They will clear it back out, and it's taken by Navarro, the Blues. He's going to kick it back to Zamula. These two, kind of the offensive forces for the Blues. Zamula splitting everybody, tries to get it to Philippe, and doesn't quite do it. It's a turnover then to the Blackbirds. And I believe that is Carey? No. That is Kane Ritter there for the Blackbirds that ended up turning it over. But it's going to be retaken by Chael, who takes a nice high shot. Good pad save there down there by Wojtek of the Blues. Blackbirds really putting the pressure on. Hasn't quite cleared it out. And now it's back into the neutral zone for him.
Chael took a nice shot from distance there, and Wojtek Wanamansky having to make a tough save on that one.
Absolutely. Anything overly high up for these goal shots, I find, overly impressive when we can see, kids of these age make some glove saves, throw the pad in the air. Those are really hard saves for any goalie. The spacing, the pads that you have in front of you, just trying to get in front of it is it's impressive.
It is tough, especially, you consider the fact that those pads still weigh quite a bit. It's hard to really get that blocker and glove high up, but yeah, you see also from the shooters, it's tough to lift the puck. So when you can get that torque from the stick and the blade and lift it up there, that's going to be trouble for both the goaltender and the shooter.
Absolutely, and the Blackbirds taking it back into the offensive zone now. That's Bukovic fighting. I believe that is Madigan, who kicks it up. Oh!
No call there. I don't think that stick got in the legs. I think just incidental contact sent both skaters crashing into the ice.
Yeah, that was Michael Cassio. He just had his feet slide out from underneath him. Alexander Gunyon with a nice shot on net, just a little to the left. And a good clear out there to end the period by Philippe. It is 1-0 here at the Squirt Blue Tier 1 game, and we will be right back with you. I'm Andrew DeBrooker here with Mike Politano, and we will be right back for the second period. Welcome back, everybody, for the second period of championship action here. I'm Andrew DeBrooker alongside Mike Politano. And we have had an interesting first period of play. The Blues up 1-0 here on the Blackbirds after a beautiful shot from Zamula earlier. Now the Blackbirds trying to respond very quickly in this second period. Chael with a nice shot from the NIU logo there. But it's stopped by Navarro, and here he comes with the speed that we were discussing earlier. Slows down a little, tries to get a pass in for a trailing Mateo. Or Matteo. Sammy Matteo, that is. And Chael responding right back with some more speed and putting a nice little flip pass or flip shot up on the goal, handled easily by Wojtek. Blackbirds are going to move it. That is going to be offsides. Butkovich just couldn't get back in time. Blackbirds really trying to push the pace early here in the second period.
We've seen a lot of what we saw in that first period here in the start of the second period, which is the speed from Navarro, but also the depth shot taking from Chael. You mentioned that one from the NIU logo, but he also had a break into the slot on that last one, just couldn't pull the trigger.
Absolutely. And a nice face-off win there for the Blues. But it's recovered by McGuire of the Blackbirds and put back into neutral ice. Cassio, a lone man, ends up finding Philippe, who found Madigan down low. Madigan couldn't keep control of it for the Blues. Somehow ends up back with it off of an errant pass there from the Blackbirds. Navarro now, or no, that's Cassio playing bully ball down low with three different Blackbirds surrounding him.
Now it's an offside, so we'll get a face-off here.
Absolutely. Blackbirds just kind of losing control of that puck multiple times, some errant passes, maybe ending up in the Blues' hands before you really wanted to. That's Cassio again with the puck. Nice shot on goal. Pad save there by Dax Fugate. And another backhanded attempt there. That's Philippe. Gets the puck taken away from him, though. The Blackbirds on the attack. 3-on-2 opportunity. Gagnon kind of just throwing an errant shot off to the left there. Gagnon again. Nice little wrister. And it's picked up in the glove by Wojtek there.
That was a very tough play from Wojtek because that shot's coming in like a ground ball, and it takes a couple of bounces at it, hits his pads and comes up into his glove. You see that shift stick right there. He's got that to be able to ramp it up into his glove, but you always run the risk of ramping it right back behind you.
Yeah, especially when when it has that kind of bounce on it. It's going to be handled by Chael again, who puts another shot on goal, but Navarro won't even let the goalie handle it. Doing a great job making sure that he stays rested after all this pressure that the Blackbirds have put on him. Semrad for the Blues, taking control of it now, moving it into the neutral ice. Loses control of it. Now it's going to be retaken by the Blackbirds. Back into the offensive zone. It's cleared back out. That is Peyton Hoff with the nice clear out. Get the pressure off of her defense. Make sure that everything goes well.
8:48 to go here in this second period. Both teams still trading opportunities in the offensive zone, and only that one goal separating these two is the difference in here as the Blues have the lead here in the championship. That was that beautiful goal, and we knew it. We were talking about him before he even scored, from Sasha Zamora. He's out there, Zamula again.
Yeah, absolutely. Big scrum down low with Butkovich handling it. But it gets taken away. Semrad juking Chael. He's just got one guy to beat. High shot. Fugate using his glove, just kind of slow it down, try to bring it back to his team, but it ends up in the hands of Zamula, who puts another shot right on goal. Good save by Fugate, keeping it in front of him.
And that's another tricky one right there, because that shot from Zamula has a lot of heat on it, but it's also dying as it's getting to him because of the distance it has to travel, and that can be a little bit of a change-up for you or something that's going to sink on you, and you don't want that to slide through the pads.
Absolutely. You try to position yourself one way, and by the time it reaches you, it's completely different. And Zamula dancing between 4 guys. Some beautiful stick handling, and it ends up with, that is number 28. That is Ace Madigan with the goal after a beautiful shot from Zamula. Great rebound there.
Well, Zamula created that entire play. You talked about it, stick handling through 4 different Blackbirds, taking the shot and gets denied, but hey, sometimes you're going to get your team the reward rather than yourself and reap those benefits, and it looks like the Blackbirds will take their time out as this is the first 2-goal lead we've seen of the day. We only saw 2-goal leads yesterday, and that was I believe it was it wasn't the Chicago Hawks. I think it was the Jets.
The Jets, and then
it might have been the Jets and this Blues team. So I believe this Blues team did take a 2-goal lead yesterday. They squandered it. They took another 2-goal lead and made it 4-2. Squandered that one, but then got the victory in overtime, if I'm not mistaken.
You are absolutely correct. And then on the opposite end, it was the Jets, coming back from down 2-0, or I believe they were down 2. It was 3-1, I believe, to tie it.
Yeah, it could have been that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, but
to tie it all up.
This Blues team, the offense strikes, and when they do, they can find it in bunches compared to what we've seen in the whole rest. I mean, basically the whole rest of this tournament has been 1-goal leads or tie games at that. So,
yeah, some closely contested games, and kind of just seems that so far, the sort of calling card we see of the Blues is being able to create that space. 2-on-1 opportunity for Gagnon.
Oh, that rode the side of the cage right there and may have hit the corner but stayed out. I want to go back to Ace Madigan, though, because, we talked a little bit about the setup for that play, but how about the goal scorer, the awareness to get to the net and be right where Zamula needs him on the rebound. So, like I said, sometimes you're not going to actually get the benefit from the cool move that you pulled off, passing through 4 Blackbirds, but your team's still going to reap the benefits because you put the puck in the right area.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what happened for Madigan, and proper credit to Madigan too for, like I said, being in the right place at the right time. That's that hockey IQ off the puck.
Yeah, and Zamula here again, breaking 3 different defenders down. It's going to end up with Casio, and the Blackbirds are going to take it back the other way. Gagnon in the center ice. Gagnon able to put a lot of shots on goal today. I would like to see him kind of do what we talked earlier with Zamula's goal. Maybe see if he can get his other guys sitting around the goal, get a nice tap in or some sort of rebound with the amount of pressure that he is putting on it.
Look out, here's a breakaway.
Zamula. It was Casio and Phillip. Now 2-on-1 back the other way. Gagnon tapping his stick, letting his teammate know he's there. But it's going wide left. Still held by the Blackbirds. Chael with a nice shot. Some good defense in front of the net.
Blackbirds are taking a lot of shots from the point there, and just too many Blues sweaters in the slot for anything to get through.
And Chael moving through 3 different people for the Blackbirds.
That's a stick in the skates. That's going to be Saccio headed to the box right there after tangling up Chael on the break-in.
Now a good chance for those Blackbirds. Capitalize on this power play, move it in, and try to chunk into that lead.
If you're the Blackbirds, this is huge. You've already taken your time out in this game, and like I said, I respect the decision because it's one of the first times we've seen a 2-goal lead in this entire tournament. So you really want to kind of stop that momentum, but now is the time. You don't really have a stoppage of play here, so you're going to get what you can on this power play. You see them set up in that shooting position again.
Yeah, it's Chael and Semrand on the face-off. It's going to be won by the Blues, and it's going to be handled by Navarro, who's going to try to loop it around and get it out of his zone. He does. Lavezzi for the Blackbirds playing some great defense, shoot it back into neutral ice, but there's Navarro to pick it up for the Blues. Stops on a dime and takes a nice shot at Fugate, who was able to make a nice save right in between the legs.
That was huge. You mentioned it, yeah. Lavezzi was hounded by Navarro, or excuse me, not Navarro. That was Semrad coming into the zone, but the Blues going on the offensive, even though they're down a man right now.
Yeah, the Blues doing such a great job at really marking their guy. Lots of great, you haven't really seen a lot of solo men wide open for the Blackbirds. Navarro into center ice. Phillip, and then Semrand. Semrand's going to take it. Tries to lift it up, but it's just hitting into the body of one of the defensemen for the Blackbirds. Here goes Gagnon once again. Puts a nice shot towards net. And that is Jackson Carley that's not able to get the nice rebound. It was another slap shot by Ely while I was speaking there. Great attempts at the goal here. It's going to get back to Ely. It's going to take another lob in to Carley. Oh, who tried to just flip it over a Wojtek's shoulder.
I think that puck just rode the backhand of the blade right there. It got a lot of lift, but actually too much lift.
Another good shot on goal by Gagnon. Him and Carley are just such a great duo that we have sitting in front of the net. Kind of got your rebounder, and your offensive piece there. A little contact there, and the Blues are going to take it into the attacking zone. It ends up with three of them. Wow, some excellent but dangerous stick handling there from the Blackbirds, making sure their goalie doesn't have to keep track of it, and now taking it end to end. That's Ely. Carley with a nice flip behind the goaltender. Handled by Semrand of the Blues. He's going to take it himself. 1-on-2 for Semrand. And that was Matteo following behind, who kind of kicks it back to Zamula. Now Zamula and Navarro on defense down in front of us. Gagnon trying to move by himself. I'd like to see Gagnon try to make a pass there, but instead he somehow gets the ball back, he gets the puck back from Zamula and from Navarro.
That one's bouncing, it's on the line. It wouldn't go.
It wouldn't go. Wow, absolutely great work from Wojtek there to just panic kick that out of there after a lot of pressure from the Blackbirds. Gagnon and Carley just sitting in front, peppering in shots and second opportunities.
Great job by the official there, too, to be in proper position to be able to see that one. But that one snuck through the 5-hole of Wojtek Wakamanski and almost found its way at that far post and in.
Zamula doing a good job just kind of turning his back and letting it eat him right on the hip there.
This is going to go all the way down for an icing. You mentioned it, though, Andrew. The Blackbirds have a couple of opportunities where I think their head's down a little bit and maybe pick that head up just a bit and try to look for a teammate, get that pass off, because they've had a number of odd man rushes and just not a lot to show for it. You get that goal. They squandered that power play opportunity, but you get that goal that'll cut the lead in half, and you might be talking a different game here.
Absolutely. And Lavezzi there just getting a little too amped up for his shot, and his feet get out from underneath him. Blackbirds still in the offensive zone, though. And a nice shot there. I'm going to have to wait for him to turn around. That's Merzen with a gorgeous shot. Got stopped by Wojtek. And now Zamula is going to control it back again for the Blues. He loses control of it, and it ends it back up with Merzen in front of the net. There's a whole bunch of sticks, and the Blackbirds just can't get it in. A minute left here, and the Blues on the push. Cassio losing it to McGuire, who ends up dumping it back off. And it's Merzen there, splitting two Blues defenders, and then some great defense there by number 16. That is Philippe or Philip Clark Philip. And now it's going to be handled back by Zamula of the Blues. Somebody's on the ground. Lavezzi of the Blackbirds wide open, unmarked. Parents begging him to shoot it.
Yeah, you got a lot of those shoot birds in the crowd, if you will. So
absolutely.
I'm sure he heard those eventually. That'll do it for period 2, though.
Zamula tried with that last second attempt there. We will be right back with more championship hockey for you from West Dundee. Squirt Blue Tier 1. Welcome back in, everybody, to the final period here of this championship matchup between the Chicago Blues and the Blackbirds. Blackbirds playing out of nearby Indiana and wearing some beautiful Blackhawks-looking jerseys. And Semrin right off of the period start takes it himself, goes across the blue line, and puts it just over the glove side of Dax Fugate. Wow, what a shot to start the third period.
Vinny Semrad, what a celebration, too, after the fact. He goes down to the one knee and does the little sweep of the ice with the palm. And boy, oh boy, yeah, definitely celebrate to that level after that one because he exploited that top shelf right there. And, man, what a shot, what a goal.
Yep. 3-0 now for the Blues, the largest lead we've really seen in this tournament. What do you think these Blackbirds are going to have to do to kind of get back in this?
I know we talked about the ability to try to keep your head up and find a teammate. They were passing well in that first period, as we were talking about. We praised them for it, and that one comes on net. But I think a couple of times coming into the zone on the break, it was a little bit too much concern with trying to puck carry or stick handle or get the shot off, and not enough with who's coming up the ice with you. You see the hockey IQ off the puck, similar to what the Blues have had in this game, and I mean, the Blues have just been able to use it a little bit more so in their game. But we were talking about this towards the end of the second period. If you get one goal from the Blackbirds and it cuts that lead in half when it was 2-0, you're talking about a much different game here. But 3-0, this is the largest lead we've seen in the tournament. And I know it takes a little bit of the wind out of the sails of the Blackbirds.
Absolutely. And now with the Blues back on the attack once again. Nope.
Well, yeah, it'll be an icing, so yeah. We'll get a face-off in the Blackbird zone, but we'll see if the Blues can win the faceoff in order to sustain that zone pressure. But yeah, they have not taken their foot off the gas.
No, even coming right out of that third period, the beautiful shot from Senrand, and then you were speaking, Navarro, who put a nice pass for Matteo close to the net, just handled by Fugate before anybody could get a stick on it. Blackbird's going to move it up now, trying to find Gagnon, who's been really the focal point of their offense here so far. Lots of shots on goal. Gagnon and Chael both moving into the offensive zone. Chael taking a nice shot. It's just to the right side of the net. Great job by Lavezzi to keep it in for just a little bit. We're gonna have a full change, it looks here, for the Blackbirds.
Yeah, full sail change, I think, for the Blues as well. Blues have a little bit shorter of a bench here. If you notice, Blues only have 4 players on that bench. Blackbirds, not only do they have the full 5 that they just switched out, they have another additional 2. So 7 men on the bench for Midwest and only 4 for the Blues, yet the scoreline is the opposite. I don't know if I was on the broadcast with you or if it was our other buddy Drew yesterday. We were talking about the phenomenon that goes on in men's league hockey, where it ends up being the team with the shorter bench that gets the win, because in your mind, you got to play twice as harder. You know, so you end up playing harder than the team that has the full set of fresh legs.
I had not thought about that, but that is a great reasoning behind some extra motivation for these players. Like, when you know, hey, we're not the biggest team, you feel like the underdog and you feel like you got to fight just that little much more, especially for how much longer you're going to be out on the ice with the limitations in your lines. Just really having that motivation to play that much harder is absolutely amazing. And that's Cassio and Philippe taking it in to the offensive zone. Navarro is going to reset it there with an offside.
And when we talked about how the Blues and the Blackbirds, it's only 2 points separating these two teams coming into this one. The Blues aren't exactly the underdogs, but you start to feel a little bit like the underdog when you have a short bench like that. And on the surface, it seems like it would be the exact opposite, that a short bench means you're probably going to lose the game because you don't have the freshest of legs, but there's that weird phenomenon that kicks in, and sometimes it's inexplicable, but sometimes here, as you see with the Blues, it has to do with skill and that hockey IQ as well. Not to say the Blackbirds aren't skilled, I just don't think they're using it to that full potential.
Absolutely. A nice shot on goal there. I believe that's Merzin. Nope, that's Gagnon. Gagnon had a nice shot on goal, but it's going to swing the other way. 3-on-1. Oh! It was going to be a 3-on-1 opportunity for the Blackbirds, but Gagnon lost control of the puck. And I believe that is Clint Wernsman. Fell down, got a little turned around as he was just trying to keep up with Gagnon and get that speed into that really good advantage that the Blackbirds had there.
And it's just kind of what we were talking about, is they have the skill. Obviously, both teams have made it here to the championship. It's just a couple of unfortunate bounces that have gone more so the Blues' way than the Blackbirds' way. So maybe the Blackbirds get a little bit of puck luck and can get back into this towards the end.
Yeah, and some good stick handling by Ely. And now Zamula, one-on-one with the goalie. Oh! Couldn't quite get it in.
Absolutely walked through Chael on that one, made it look super casual, and just ran out of room when he got to the doorstep of the goal and
now
tried to go near side.
4-on-2. And Chael trying to show Zamula he can do it too with a nice high shot there, just going a little right. Chael ending up on the ground after some contact there with Navarro. Puck up against the boards. Matteo for the Blues.
Taken down behind the net.
Lit up by Carol.
No call there. A little surprising, but I think may have just been a little bit of incidental contact and running out of the room by the boards. Look out, though.
Matteo with a nice backhand there. Got right back up, put himself in front of the net, and got ready for the rebound. I think this is kind of what we were talking about with these Blues teams. Just showing a whole lot of grit and a whole lot of fight, knowing that they may be the underdog, knowing they may have less players, less opportunities, less chances. Just some great fight out of them. Stuck in their defensive zone, though. Chael puts it back towards the goal. And the rebound will kick off. And there's Semrand, who had the beautiful goal. Oh, he splits a defender, but he just couldn't keep the puck on his stick.
He was getting hounded by Gunyan, and maybe a little bit of an extra hack or a whack right there, knocks the puck right off his stick, and we play on.
Ely attempting to get around Navarro there, but Navarro just using his size to kind of body block him away from that puck. Matteo down low with the puck, and it's going to end up with Navarro for the Blues. He's going to wrap it around and try to catch Zamula with some speed here.
Philip tried to come back and tag up with and you talk about it as tagging up as a baseball term, and you tried to do it with one of those baseball slides as well, but just couldn't get back in time.
Yeah, has that snow all over the side of his jersey now after trying to get back. But you appreciate the awareness to know that you need to get back, and that Zamula is coming down with such speed after that play from him and Navarro, kind of swinging it around to him. And now Philip once again into the offensive zone, but it's going to get smacked away back into neutral ice. Handled by Cassio to Philip again. Cassio. Blues need to reset, and they do. Leap with a nice shot. Great defense.
That went off the hand of Lavezzi. Emma Lavezzi with the with the glove save as a defender.
Yeah. I think it is beyond admirable for the defensemen that stand in front of the goal and take that punishment, especially at any level. A puck hitting you after being smacked off a stick is not good any which way you cut it, no matter which age you are.
He must not have eaten breakfast because he's eating pucks today.
Yeah, absolutely. McGuire kind of loses it to an aggressive poke check there. Handled by Madigan of the Blues. He's going to swing it down as Lavezzi for the Blackbirds tried a nice slapper from where he was just across the blue line. He fell over and couldn't handle it. Philippe. Oh! Right over the top.
What a beautiful shot in the top corner.
Yeah, this front left side for us has been a great viewpoint and the Blues' favorite place to score. We've seen Semrand, we've seen Philip, and we've seen Zamula all score from roughly the same place on the ice, all putting it, glove side or higher on Dex Fugate.
Yeah, not much Fugate could have done on that one. That was just a perfectly placed shot in the top corner. And goaltenders at this level, it's so tough to cover that entire net. You're not the biggest, and those pads are pretty big on you, so it's hard to maneuver in those. But wow, what a perfectly placed shot from Clark Phillip.
Breakaway from Semrand, who wanted another one. It's picked back up and swung around the boards.
That's Ava Blanco keeping that in, throwing that down the half wall.
Some good defense to keep that pressure on and try to get all the Blues involved. Chael and Gagnon on the attack now, 2-on-2. Chael.
Good back checking from Ava Blanco, and even Zamula there to try to force the shooter to go wide and give your defender a little bit.
Oh, I was
that
going to
found
say, I
its way
I
in.
thought it went in because he shot it to the left, and I didn't see it swing past the.
I don't think anybody knew it went in. Even
No.
Chael's palms up on that. Saying,
It
did I
seems to
do
be
that?
stuck underneath the goal.
Did I do that? That's the most Patrick Kane-esque Stanley Cup final goal right there. If only that was the one to put the Blackbirds in the lead there. Chael got that goal. They're pointing at him over on the bench, but even he walked away with palms up going, did I score that?
Where'd the puck go? There was a chase behind the net and then some immediate confusion once there was no puck to be found. Chael snuck it in the goal so well, he didn't even know he had a goal.
The Blackbirds finally get on the board here. This is the first it was the first 4-goal deficit we had seen all tournament. And it seemed to be a game that was getting away from the Blackbirds. They're back on the score sheet now. Maybe that breathes a little light in the last couple minutes here for Midwest.
Absolutely. I think the Blues have done a great job all game of putting pressure on, but the Blackbirds finally taking a chip away at that lead. We have about 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this period, and the Blackbirds are going to have to keep playing at that breakneck pace. Something I noticed about that goal, lots of passes that led to Chael, lots of bodies around the net, kind of exactly what we were talking about that we wanted to see for them. And now a 2-on-1 opportunity. Phillips so fast that he makes it 2-on-2 quick and gets his stick in there behind the net. McGuire and Chael having some miscommunication about who's going to get the puck out of the zone. Madigan keeps it in, though. That's Kane Ritter swinging it around to Gagnon. Gagnon and Ritter both in the offensive zone. It's going to be turned over to the Blues and then turned over again. Back to the Blues. Back to the Blackbirds. Chael gets it back. Can't handle it. Puts a nice shot on net. Blackbirds once again with a second opportunity shot. Some frustration coming out of the Blackbirds now.
That's going to be offsides. Gagnon, you talked about that frustration. He tried to do a wraparound attempt and just couldn't get to the front of the net, and he fell down doing so, and you see him slam his stick and just kind of stand there in the zone, and his team regains possession and is trying to work back in, and he's so far deep in the zone, there's no chance of coming back to be onside.
Absolutely. Just frustrated, clearly frustrated with how the game has gone so far and with that particular move. Blackbirds moving it up. Here's Merzen and Ritter. Merzen just losing control of it, and now it's 4 people on the way down for the Blues. Navarro, Madigan, and Philippe, and Casio. Madigan and Philippe standing there in front of the net, both raising their sticks like they're going to do a dual slap shot.
It's thrown all the way down here, and that's going to be just far enough for icing. Almost not. The official put his arm up late, and it almost looked like Wojciech Wakamanski was going to play that, but he was smart enough to realize that that might be a whistle. 1:21 to go here in this final third period here. The Blues leading the Blackbirds 4-1. Championship on the line.
Merzen and Phillip. And quick, easy shot after winning the faceoff for Phillip. And a nice save from Fugate just to kind of keep it in front of him. Don't want that lead growing anymore. Time slowly running out for the Blackbirds to chip into this. Another face-off win ends up with Navarro, who from the same spot, his teammates must have told him the ice was good on that left side. Took a nice slapper from the same left side as Zamula and Semrand.
Yeah, he likes sending the shot from the point. That time a little bit more of the top of the umbrella right there, but whatever keeps this puck away from his net for the final 70 seconds.
And he'll do one more. It'll end up behind the net now in Chael's hands for the Blackbirds. It's him and Merzin. Chael, deep shot, goes off of the glove of Wojtek there. Less than a minute to go here. Madigan for the Blues, bringing it into neutral ice. Now Cassio on the left side, just going to kind of swing it around.
Oh, and that just falls in.
Beautiful pass. Cassio with a beautiful pass. No, that was Cassio with the goal.
Casaccio with the cleanup on the doorstep there. It just kind of fell into the blue paint, and nothing that Dax could really do about that one. Dax Fugate just kind of sprawled out, and the puck was still loose.
And Phillip with a beautiful pass. Kind of drifted back. Had a nice, relaxed pass in there. And just great follow-up. It's kind of been their recipe to victory this entire time. That second chance opportunity.
That's that extra
and here
dagger.
comes Zamula. 15 seconds left here.
That's the extra nail in the coffin there for this Blackbirds team. But they played well. They fought hard, and they are still playing till the final whistle and the final buzzer here. But this is going to go to the Blues.
And congratulations to the Blues, who are the championship winner of the Squirt Blue Tier 1 here in West Dundee. Matteo doing a little spin down on the knees.
And Phillips enjoying it. He's going for a whole lap before they even break out the trophies or the banners. So is the rest of his team.
Everybody's slipping and sliding around for the Blues, enjoying their time in the snow, just kind of scraping up a bunch of ice.
That's what I call making the most of your ice time. You're just happy to take a couple laps out there and just enjoy it. So, yeah, this is funny, too, because this Blues team had that shorter bench, so it's almost like a small gathering enjoying their victory. But they fought hard, and they earned it.
Absolutely. We will step away as we leave you guys with the trophy presentation or the banner presentation and some team photographs. I'm Andrew Brooker, and alongside Mike Napolitano, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back again for the next matchup in a little bit.
Welcome in, everyone. Joining you a little bit right before puck drop. That's because we are getting things situated with the rosters here between the Jets and the Hawks. We're going to get you some lineups read on the ice, so we have a little bit of time to recap this Squirt Blue Tier 2 division. That was the Blue Tier 2 division, as I was saying. The Jets took the top spot in that bracket. 16 wins, 3 losses, and 1 overtime loss. 33 points, and this Hawks team right below them. 20 games played, 14 wins, 3 losses, 2 ties, and 1 overtime loss. So only 2 points separating these two teams. But the last game that we had that was only separated by 2 points turned out to be a 5-1 finale. So this is game 4 of 5 for us today on Championship Sunday here from the Leaf Center in West Dundee. I am Mike Napolitano. Joined beside me is Hannah Arbitman. Hannah, you're going to see a Jets roster and a Hawks roster. One we've seen already, but what are you expecting from this Blue Tier 2 matchup in the Squirt level?
Mike, you mentioned that these teams sit at 1 and 2 in the standing, so I'm sure it'll be a battle throughout this game, as we've seen pretty much from every game previously.
No doubt. I mean, we've had every single game except for this last game that I was referring to that has been a 1-goal game or a straight-up tie. Of course, this is Championship Sunday, so we can't have ties anymore, but we had ties that resulted in distribution of points yesterday, and you hear the Hawks side getting excited for their announcements of the rosters, and we'll get you the action in just a moment here. 12-minute periods as we embark on the 4th out of 5 championship games here on Championship Sunday. We saw teams receive their first and second place banners, whether or not they won the game or not, and then of course the winners also come away with commemorative hats, so that was pretty cool. Down to our right-hand side, on the Hawks side of things, they even brought a mascot here.
This is next level commitment. I love the energy from the bird and just the entire fan section as a whole. The bird is adjusting his head, taking it off. Maybe not the thing to do when you're a mascot, but he'll learn that later down the road if he chooses mascotting as a career.
He's definitely killing it. He had some Hawks face paint, it looks like, on his
flapping the wings
face, but he's got that giant bird head to go with as well.
This should be interesting, folks.
Yeah. We'll get a shot down at it at some point throughout the game and show you the mascot, the level of dedication from the fans. I mean, the fans, Hannah, the parents and, yeah, the fans in general have just been stellar throughout both yesterday and today.
I'm going to pause for a moment as the
national
anthem is playing here.
So you hear the anthem, and we are ready to go here now from the Canlan Ice Center here in West Dundee. Myself, Mike Napolitano, joined by Hannah Arbitman for Game 4 of 5, as I was mentioning, and we're lining up for the draw. Referee making sure both goaltenders are ready. We had a goaltender lose a stick on the Jets side of things. That is the Jets' Mason Zhu should be in net. Only goaltender listed on their roster, but on the...
Unfortunately, Mike, we're looking at the wrong roster. We have Charlie Galena in net.
Oh, excuse me, yeah.
He's the only goaltender on the blue line as they lined up for lineups in Anthem. He was stellar for his team yesterday, and I'm sure he'll continue to be stellar for them today.
I did see him play yesterday. Solid goaltending work. And on the other side of things for the Chicago Hawks, that's a shot in on their goaltender. I do not see a number 1 on this roster. So I'll have to catch a name as we go by here.
Is that maybe Owen McFetters?
Oh, you know what? It does say, yep. So we had to steal the rosters from the penalty box booth, and they didn't have enough iPad for it to be in one picture. So bear with me as I make sure we get all of the Hawks roster rattled off here throughout the game, throughout multiple different shots, but it should be good.
We are settling in just as much as these teams are.
Jets play it up the half wall, but all the way back down. Is this not going to go far enough for icing? It won't. Gets waved off. So playing that is Natalie Marzalik. Jets keep it in at the blue line momentarily, but now finally poked out completely. Stick check down, and we'll get our first call here as Ruak went hard into the boards after the stick check from number 82. That was Vito Vari, guilty of slashing there. So it'll be a 1 minute and 30-second power play for the Jets. You hear how emphatic these Jets fans are.
I feel the bleachers shaking underneath us. The Hawk, as we mentioned, down to our right side, trying to get the crowd hyped up, And what I really like to see is the other Hawks team that just played here in the crowd supporting their club mates.
No doubt. As they start on the power play, Jets keep it in at the point. And that's really what it is about, Hannah, right? Like hyping up your teammates and making sure that everybody is not only having an enjoyable time learning and playing the sport of hockey, but also succeeding at it as well. And you're going to succeed when, it's that look good, feel good, play good type of mentality, right? So
I think it's a vital part of the hockey culture as a whole, just to be there for one another, to support each other, especially in these huge games. You saw the other Red Hawks team supporting the previous team as they were playing, just banging on the glass.
We got a flip shot into the glove of the goaltender, but we had a collision between teammates in the corner. They're both slow to get up. That was on the Jets side, Glenn. And number 19, that was Eleanor Talbert, who went barreling into each other in the corner there. So that was a little bit tough, but they both get up and make their way to the bench. Still on the power play, but they're in their own zone. Jets are able to carry the puck out now. Rosiles. And thrown in, and a nice score on the net right there. Moving in, Rosiles throws that puck in and breaks the score line wide open here for the Jets.
I wish you could all see how excited these folks to our left are. I think his dad is the one standing with the camera. And he is thrilled. So is Rosiles on the ice.
You might even be able to see it in the shake in our camera as we are standing just down the way from the loud and boisterous Jets side as they're pounding on the metal grates on the floors here and shaking the stands as a whole. They're excited to get that power play opportunity. That power play really didn't have a whole lot going for the Jets. They started out in the offensive zone, but some defensive zone troubles on that last rush, the collision between teammates, and it almost looked like the Hawks were going to get some opportunities shorthanded. But the Jets come right back down, and Rosiles throwing that puck in the net. No mistake on that one. 1-0. Battled for the top of the umbrella. Thrown back down into the corner. Hawks will retrieve, but they run into trouble behind their own net. And it's poked out of there by the Hawks defense, who are looking to carry up now, but hounded by dark blue jerseys. The Jets wearing their navy blue with the light blue accents and the white striping, not to mention the Chicago Stars on the sleeves. That older Jets logo on the front. And the Chicago Hawks, we've seen 3 Chicago Hawks teams now throughout the 4 games I think we've done today. And they're, of course, wearing the Rangers style with the white jerseys and the red and blue striping, but that Chicago Hawks logo on the front.
You know, they're a clean look, but I just cannot get past the fact that they're Rangers lookalikes.
I'm sure Chicagoans are a little confused, scratching their head why another Original 6 team is invading, but it's a classic look, and I like how they go more with the red than the blue that the New York Rangers actually go with on the helmets and the pants. I think that's a nice touch as well.
That's absolutely a great observation, Mike. I think that would be very confusing if it was all blue, especially being in Chicago.
I know the Rangers have done some of the, not quite like the reverse retros, but they've done like alternates in which they've gone more so with the red. I think they were copying from this Chicago Hawks style because Chicago Hawks have some nice jerseys. Stock moving up with it. Breaking past the defenseman, that's Glenn, but Glenn's going to actually push off and beat him there, but we're going to get a whistle for a hooking call from the trailing official, so it's going to be another infraction early on here. Leswall is going to head to the box, and the Hawks will get an opportunity on the power play to try to even things up. Now you hear the Hawks crowd.
My goodness. I can hear them better than I can hear you and I.
Honestly.
And that has to say something. I'm very impressed, nonetheless.
Face off won by the Hawks, but thrown out of the zone. Jets in the offensive zone, shorthanded. Levy going for it, muscled off there by the Hawks, number 17. That is Tate Holmes. And this puck comes all the way back down for an icing as the call. So icing it short, well, icing it while on the power play. So the Jets are going to get an offensive zone while shorthanded.
I also want to point out that the Hawks coaching staff is all suited up. They look like they are coaching an NHL team, and there is just nothing better to give these players the most professional experience. This fan base, just everything about it screams playoff hockey.
We try on the broadcast to not judge the different players and stuff because everybody's at a different level. We do all sorts of levels, whether it's the mites or the peewees or the squirts, bantams, you name it, and then of course the separate tiers within. But I think what I can judge within this game is the style between those coaches. I like the silver suit. I like the red tie in there. The one in all black, I don't know, maybe that's a little too much, a little too heavy on the black tie and the black suit. And then you've got the gentleman at the end who went no tie.
No tie.
Unbuttoned collar like that with the old-time hat. I forget, in Italian we would call him Cupolin, but that's that almost mobster-style hat. I love that. Really old-style hockey right there. And all gray, very nice touch.
Looks great. I almost just can't see that it's a hat. I have very bad vision.
Jets regather the puck in their own zone, looking to work up this near half wall. They get past the blue line and as far as center, but the Hawks turn it back around, and the Jets will have to regroup again. Leswall, penalties now over. Leswall moving in with it. A shot from the slot, that just goes wide. Not sure if that was tipped or not, but no shot on goal necessarily there. Rosiles to Leswall. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say I'm hearing a loud do it again chant on my left.
Oh, yes.
And these parents not only are excited, but also are maybe seeing the ice a little bit differently than the players themselves. I know it's a little more challenging to see the ice when you're out there. It's all so fast, and obviously when you have a bird's eye view, it's entirely different. So they may not always know where to pass, who's behind them, who's, to the left of them, just peripherally, but they're doing a great job regardless.
Hannah, you and I both know you've been in some incredible hockey situations, some electric atmospheres, whether you were hosting the Frozen Four at the frozen confines it was at Wrigley Field between those four. I think we had 6 because we had the women's game in there between the NCAA teams last year. Of course, doing your Wolves stuff or even covering these games, but I don't know if you've seen a high school hockey game, especially when it's like a charity night or a senior night. The stands are just rocking. It feels a lot like what we have in this atmosphere for this game.
Yes, I have had the pleasure of attending, I think, just one. I didn't get into hockey until later in life, so I didn't experience that in high school. But I know my high school did very well in hockey.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get the whole senior section up on the glass, and now we don't necessarily have that here, but the parents just standing up and stomping on the stands. That's loose in the crease and tucked away by the Hawks, and they get the equalizer in this one with just 4:03 still to go.
Jace McFetters there finds the loose puck in the crease and able to stuff it in without any interference from the Jets. Great read by him to make that happen and tie up this game at 1 apiece with just 4 minutes left in the first period.
Crucial goal here, and ones are wild here in the first period. We are all tied up. We've seen a lot of close games throughout this tournament. I keep saying it, I feel like a broken record, and only one game has given us a more than 2-goal differential, and only one game has ended in more than a 1-goal differential. So it has been quite the evenly matched tournament, and between this 1 seed and 2 seed, I could see it being the same way. But yeah, you talk about this lively crowd on both sides. We're hearing the Let's Go Hawks chants and the Let's Go Jets chants cancel each other out and just create just a loud environment, because that one has to get sticked away by the Hawks goaltender, Owen McFetters.
Sounds like we have some siblings on the team here.
I believe so. The goaltender and the goal scorer. We'll have to double check our newly acquired rosters, but
we also have, I believe,
in
a set of twins on the other side. We noticed this yesterday.
Yes.
Spencer Leswell and Jack Leswell.
Yeah, Spencer donning that number 32 jersey and Jack in the number 16. Saw Spencer take that penalty earlier and go to the box, but then come out with a nice rush in the offensive zone. Hawks trying to work that towards the crease, but it's picked up by the Jets, and they'll carry out almost a 3-on-2, but Vari was coming off the bench on the change and made it a 3-on-3, and the Hawks are able to defend. Throwing up the corner boards and up this near side. Ruak, tough angle shot, hits off a defender, but falls in front, and it's loose, and there to clean up the change on the doorstep are the Jets. What a tuck home goal, and you see the celebration there from Jets number 98, Victor Diaz.
Small but mighty. I think he might be the shortest one on the team. What an impressive play by him to, again, clean up that puck and shove it in.
Could be that case that he may be the smallest on the team, but he just got one of the biggest goals here in this game. Of course, lots of game to still be played, but boy, oh boy. You talk about 2:09 left, and the response from the Jets right there, that was crucial to get back in the lead. Hawks will take it now. Vari across the blue line. There's an opportunity for the Hawks to try to respond to that. You always want to make sure you don't give it right back if you're the goal-scoring team, because that's that vulnerable time period right after you score the goal. You maybe get a little bit comfortable. Tracking back for that one was Tate Holmes. And thrown in offside. We'll get a whistle stopping play. 1:39 to go here in this first period. Hawks and Jets. Jets lead 2-1. You see that that mascot down low in the stands over here, on the glass with the kiddos. It's too funny. Oh my goodness!
There he goes, taking the head off again. I actually think it's making rounds.
It
might be a player in there.
It might be getting passed around. Yeah.
Sister or a different player. I can't quite tell, but
I hope it was laundry day though, because mascot costumes tend to not be the cleanest, right?
That's what I've heard. I've always wanted to try mascotting, but I'm a chatterbox. I think I would lose my cover pretty fast. Somebody lost a glove there, as I said, lose my cover. Picks it right back up.
Jets corral in their own zone, trying to work it out. Leswall, that's Spencer Leswall up the far side boards in front of the benches, working towards the middle, has a man in the middle, try to power move it himself, takes the goalie's leg out, and some incidental contact on the way, and both players are down. We're going to need a whistle here, stopping play. And I didn't hear a whistle, but everybody has stopped on the ice, so.
Saw a couple timeout signals from the parents. Referee's a little slow to get over there, but they did stop the play. Both players seem to be okay. Goalie got right back up. That's McFetters, and Leswall was able to get off the ice himself, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, Owen McFetters in net, and his brother Jack, the goal scorer, donning that, Jace McFetters donning that number 70 jersey. So 1 and 70 brothers on the Hawks side of things, and 16 and 32 brothers on the Jets side of things. And it's funny that one half of the brother duos we have in this game are in a singular collision on that one. Luckily, both are okay. 26 seconds left, and we'll get another whistle for an offsides. 26.8 to go.
Our camera really picking up the fan section here to our right side. They are going nuts. They've got the boomsticks. The bird is flying. Everyone's on the glass.
We heard a megaphone in here earlier. We heard some cowbells. I still hear some cowbells. Stack down the wing with 20 to go. Jets leave it behind their own net and pick it up now with just 12 to go, and pick that puck back up is the other brother, that is Jack Leswall. With just 2 seconds to go, Jets can't take a shot, and that'll help the clock expire. We go to the second period with the Chicago Jets leading the Chicago Hawks 2-1. We're getting ready here on the Stream Sports Midwest YouTube channel, live from West Dundee for period 2. Puck is dropped, and we are underway. Myself, Mike Napolitano, and Hannah Arbitman on the call. 12 minutes on the clock for this second period. Jets leading the Hawks 2-1 in this Chicago versus Chicago matchup.
Saw an interesting strategy there from Charlie Galliner, just trying to hold the crossbar, moving laterally along the net, holding the crossbar.
Gotta get a little help from your friend, right? As goalies tend to make the posts their friends, kiss the iron or give it a little rub with the glove.
Here he is visiting both posts, probably having a little pep talk with them each.
That puck is carried in offside, so we'll have a face-off in front of the Jets zone. 11:32 on the clock. Hawks win it and move forward with it. Pushed into the offensive zone for the Hawks, but it's rung around by the Jets defense. And it's in this near side corner. If you're just joining us, these corners are a little tough here at West Dundee, just based on the way the rink is built. And we have a very upwards and lively crowd, so not faulting them by any means. They got to get into the action more so than we do. But if you're watching at home, we'll do our best to make sure you get as much of this coverage as possible. We appreciate you tuning in. Maybe you're not looking to brave the weather or too far of a commute and still want to see a relative or friend play hockey today. And there's definitely a lot of talent to showcase here. Rising shot saved by McFetters on that one. McFetters with the shoulder.
I was going to say that was a great move to keep the puck out of his net.
Full sail line changes for both sides as the faceoff will come to the glove side of McFetters. His brother out there as well, number 70, right in front of him. In for the draw, Leswall. That was Spencer Leswall, and here come the Hawks trying to break in. Had to be sticked aside, so no icing either. Leswall up the half wall. Pinched off there by the Hawks and taken out and back into the zone by number 19, AJ Prendergast. So Prendergast didn't, I don't know, maybe didn't realize that he moved over that blue line right there, or was maybe trying to sneak right back in, but the referee caught that, and we'll get a face-off in front of the Hawks bench. Jets moving forward with it. Across the blue line, and nope, stopped up at the blue line, but still in and onside. Levy trying to stick handle through three Hawks. Two of them go down in a tie-up.
That was great effort there from the Jets to pick up the puck.
Yeah, they were still able to salvage that rush, and Prendergast, though, now taking it the other way. As that puck, as you mentioned, Hannah, was just kind of sitting on that blue line, and the late man for the Jets was what helped them gain the zone. Now it'll be Leswall spinning with it from that button hook in the corner, and not able to keep it in are the Jets as that one pops all the way back out. Prendergast has a little bit of speed and some physicality down the wing. To a side as they battle for it on the wall. Pops back out in front of the Jets bench, but it's the Hawks defense. Look out, Holmes ran into the skates of the official and had to move around and make sure that he still had possession there defensively. So now Prendergast can come out, only one to beat, and then the goaltender, Glenn, stays with him though. Thrown in front, and that goes wide. Stock there on the half wall.
It's a good shot by Prendergast, just not quite enough to get past the goaltender into the net.
Shooting from a tough angle, but
yes,
good on him to be able to get that shot off and still have some oomph behind it, you know? 8:58 here to go in this second period. Still 2-1 in favor of the Jets. We'll have a face-off down in their zone after they ice this puck, so it'll come to the glove side of their netminder. Charlie Galliner had quite the day yesterday, backstopping this Jets team to a victory, and we saw so many games go to overtime yesterday and so much extra hockey being played that it's amazing some of these skaters and even the goaltenders that wear these giant pads are not tired out by today.
Yeah, those back-to-backs are hard, I think, at any level. Maybe when you're younger, you enjoy it more.
Get a little bit
Not
more
sure.
sugar in there.
Maybe.
Get a little bit more energy.
More carbs, more sugar. But I'm sure the parents are excited because that means they don't have to entertain their kids the rest of the day. I'm sure they just crash out right after the games and they're ready to go for the next morning of school.
Definitely. I'm sure the parents are looking to relax a little bit after a long day at the rink as well.
Long weekend at the rink, I would
Long
say.
weekend, yes, exactly. So that'll come later tonight. Jets poke that deeper into the offensive zone and look to stay on the attack. Fung throws it into the slot, and a one-timer attempt missed by Cole right there. But Fung, nice job pinching from the blue line to keep that puck in, and now it finds its way back out to center ice.
Like I was going to talk earlier about how I've been getting distracted by the bird. But it's now
Oh,
flying.
look out, it's rolling, it's on the line, and somehow able to be kept out of the net by the Hawks. Good defense there. That was number 96 on defense, Natalie Marzalek, who came to help her goaltender out as that puck was just on edge, on the line, on the goal line.
The bird is now doing the worm, if anybody was curious. Right behind us.
We do have the bird up
So,
in the booth with us basically here.
Yeah, keeps us really entertained, I will say.
It's like when the mascots go and visit the broadcasters mid-broadcast on one of those professional ones.
Yep. Same vibe.
We don't have a third headset, though, so we can't give... Not that the mascots would be saying much anyways, you know? But I just hope I don't get doused in popcorn like Benny the Bull does, you know?
Or that it doesn't take out a tooth like Bowie from the Seattle Kraken or anything like that.
Yeah.
But our bird isn't wearing a head right now, so I'm sure she'd be able to speak.
Well, this bird has the same type of beak as Tommy Hawk, so maybe my head will get consumed by the beak.
Oh, goodness.
Like Tommy
they
Hawk
are
does.
Hawks after all. Mike, I'm sure your head
Yes.
will get consumed by Tommy Hawk later tonight.
Yes, that is true. Season ticket holder party later on. I'm not a season ticket holder party. Don't tell anybody. I'm sneaking in. Back up to the point for the Jets. Blowing a tire there for the Hawks was Angelo Coca, and it stays in the zone. Good recovery from the Hawks defense. 6:39 on the clock. Both teams have played a much cleaner game since those early penalties, and there they go crashing down behind the net there. Incidental contact will play on. Moving up with it is Samuel Novellano. Taken down. Fans wanted a call. We play on. That's the Jets. Paige Eliason trying to work that puck out of her own zone and gets a little bit of help from the slot, but it gets thrown back there in a dangerous area. Hawks putting on the pressure now.
I was very impressed by Paige Eliason yesterday, and I have to say the same about today. She's created several opportunities for her team. Unfortunately, they haven't capitalized on them. But just her speed, as you even see right now going up the board, she is someone to look out for.
A little bit of shoulder bump as she ran out of room there, but she did have the little bit of extra step on the defender, just not enough to get through cleanly. So the Hawks will pick back up, 5:34 remaining, but yeah, you mentioned she had quite the game yesterday. She was all over the ice and making herself noticed here today as Leswall, a shot from out wide, gets sticked into the corner. Zamboni door entrance. And that is the Hawks picking things back up, and referee saw that cleanly, but elected to not make the decision to call a penalty there. We get an offsides call here with 5:11 to go in the second period.
Seems like we've had a new crew of referees each game.
Yes, these are
which is
two
pretty
new
surprising to
referees.
me.
We had a different crew for the first 3 games of the morning, and then this must be crew number 2. We'll be the same broadcasting crew with you all day, but we'll be swapping out. It's, of course, Andrew DeBrucker on the camera over here. We've got another Andrew to my right helping us out with the scores and the stats on the computer, Andrew Schneid. Myself and Hannah Arbitman on the call. We'll be taking turns on which responsibilities we cover here from West Dundee to bring you the best coverage possible from Stream Sports Midwest. As Leswall all over the ice for the Jets here today. He felt a stick on his leg and went down, and no call there. The Jets have to regroup and get back into the zone. They're onside, and it's going to be Levy and Leswall trying to communicate on who's going to pick that puck up. It's thrown towards the net, and Levy was streaking there, but it was behind him.
I'm almost beginning to worry. We've only seen one Leswall recently. That's Spencer. Jack hasn't come out, I don't believe, since after colliding with the goaltender on the other side.
Yeah, I'm not going to say maybe he's just kind of recovering there. We'll maybe see him later on in this game. I haven't seen anybody tending any injuries on that bench, but they're all staring so intently at the game that maybe they're not focused on it. As here comes AJ Prendergast coming up the wing, but stopped by Ruhalik on defense. McFetters pushed off by Levy, and Levy, not the biggest guy, but able to take the physicality to the board level. Fung tips that puck out of the zone, and the Hawks will regroup on the attack. Prendergast gaining the blue line, had a teammate straddling that blue line, so good on the Hawks to stay onside. That's flipped towards the slot, and it hits Ruak on defense. 3:22 to go here in the second period. Turned over.
A wrister from Holmes that almost hit the net, which is pretty impressive from where he was on the ice.
We've seen some far out shots today you think a smaller stature like that can't necessarily drive that kind of power, but I've been impressed with not only the balance, but also the torque from some of these Squirt players here, as that rolls down in on the goaltender on the Hawks side of things. 2:51 here to still go in this second period.
Mike, I'm impressed by whoever his younger sibling this is. Maybe not younger, but he is being so intent with his camera placement, just following the ice.
We've got a fifth member to our broadcast maybe over here. Future Stream Sports Media personnel.
Holding that phone so it's not shaking. It's almost like he's on a tripod. The dedication is unreal there from that hockey brother.
We saw a lot of parents videoing their kids here. Rosiles happy with the call there as the stick was knocked out of his hands, and he gives a little happy. Now he's pumped. Now he's motioning to the crowd to pump everybody up, and this faceoff's going to come back down into the offensive zone for them. And boy, is he fired up as they get the power play opportunity. That is going to be Natalie Marzalik that heads to the box after the slashing call. Actually, no, wait, it's going to be White serving the penalty. I was going to say, I didn't see Natalie out there. So James White in the box for 1:30.
A great period for Rosiles. Obviously, he opens the scoring here, draws the penalty. He absolutely should be excited about the game he's playing, especially when it matters most.
Puck is dropped. Jets win it cleanly. Ruak tried to take a shot, but no lane from the point. So it's Walker moving in on the offensive for the short-handed Hawks. That is Paige Eliason, moving in with it. Hawks take over again in their own corner. Nowhere to go along the boards as that's kept in by Rosiles. Usually Fung is at that point, but he was pinching. Good awareness by Rosiles to know that his teammate was not at the usual spot. That one goes off the official and stays in, so not a good break for the Hawks. Jets still poking at it there along the half wall. Thrown out to the top of the umbrella. A shot from Eliason. Turned and thrown almost back in front, but a good stick from the Hawks netminder. We have seen a change in netminder for the Hawks. That is Henry Watrub.
Good call there.
I noticed there was a 29 in net a couple of stops ago and was just searching for the name there. I was like, wait a minute. We've lost a brother here. Owen McFetters probably splitting the time with a counterpart. Fung moving in, the defenseman on the rush. Couldn't stuff it home. Under a minute to go here
A little bit of an aggressive play there by the Hawks goaltender, who kind of looked to shove Leswall on that last play. Leswall gets up nonetheless.
Defending his crease, but Novellano moving in. Thrown across ice, hits the side of the net. 37 to go in this second period. Got one more frame of action at the very least for you. Rosiles kicks that up and unable to enter the zone, so the Jets will regroup in their own zone. Slap shot that out, still 20 seconds, a lot of time on that clock, and Oswald, a little bit of collision there, so puck stays at center ice. Oswald goes down.
He's been out there for quite some time, I think, just throughout this entire game, and I think maybe a couple minutes of rest wouldn't hurt him, especially heading into that third period.
It's all about how you use your lines and control the minutes your players play, but if he's got it, maybe he's got it. We don't know. We'll have to see. Coming right up in the third period of action here between the Chicago Jets and the Chicago Hawks. Jets lead it 2-1 for Hannah Arbitman. I'm Mike Napolitano. We will be back in just a moment from West Dundee Leafs Center for Championship Sunday, Central States. Back here from the Leafs Center, Canlin Ice Arena, West Dundee for period number 3. Jets and Hawks. Jets lead it 2-1. Myself, Mike Napolitano, and Hannah Arbitman, as we have another 12 minutes of action between these two teams. The 1 seed and the 2 seed going head-to-head in the championship here, so no upsets in this blue Tier 2 bracket for the Squirt level. We'll see if we get an upset here, though. This was the Jets leading the division during the regular season, as that's an opportunity for the Jets in front, and a follow-up shot wouldn't go. Standing tall in net, Henry Watrip. And a whistle. Looks as though we are going to get an offside here, so face-off will stop play, but like I was saying, the Jets did lead the division during the regular season, but it was the Hawks right behind them. In fact, if you look at, it's a different whole tier, but blue tier 1 and blue tier 2. It was Jets in first, Hawks in second, Jets in first, Hawks in second, and practically identical records amongst the same franchises right there. So impressive organizations, impressive development programs with both the Chicago Jets and the Chicago Hawks.
Sure, they've created some Chicago hockey legends already.
I'd have to do a double check on some of the alumni. I know there has been some former Blackhawks that have gone through and coached the Jets organization. I'm drawing a blank on names at the moment. Maybe anybody could help me out in the comments, but definitely some incredible names. The Jets, of course, play at Johnny's Ice House West, where the Chicago Blackhawks used to practice, so a lot of correlation right there. As that puck is taken in offside by White, and the White sweaters, as opposed to the actual player, White, will have to regroup. You hear the Let's Go Jets chants as they're right in front of their bench, right in front of their home crowd. I shouldn't say home crowd. We're here at the Leaf Center.
They are technically
And they are they are technically the visiting team. What am I saying home for then?
It feels like home because we're all still in the state of Illinois, you know.
True, but
Still
also
in the suburbs of Chicago.
both sides have made a case for making these stands their home. I mean, we've heard quite the ensemble from both the Jets and the Hawks parents. I really got to commend them because, I mean, we've congratulated and given props to a lot of the hockey parents that have been here throughout the day and throughout the day yesterday, but wow, is this crowd pretty loud. Down low in the Hawks zone, they look to use the boards to get it out. It will stay in. Jets hit their own teammate with the puck. That is Josh Van Ilkeren. The shot from him goes just wide of the far post, looking for maybe a tip on the far side, but that puck was in midair. Novellano moving in all alone on the breakaway, just threw it wide. Skating on the near side and throwing it to the far side, missing that far post by inches. Kept in by the Hawks. But the Jets have it in their own possession, skating up slowly. They're going to have to hurry to get that to center. It's turned back over. Novellano tried to center a pass, but Diaz there. Eliasson pushing that puck into the Hawks zone deep. She was past the red line, so no icing there. Kept in at the point by the Jets. Thrown into the slot, but White Sweater's there to pick up. Still not out. Hawks having a tough time clearing it, and that looked like it went in and hit the back bar, but the referee immediately said no, and we get a whistle here despite the puck still being in play, despite the confusion.
This is definitely one of those moments where you need that in-net camera, the replay camera.
Or that overhead look.
Yes. That definitely looked like it bounced out of the net.
Yeah, the way it hit that, and it made a clunk rather than a tink. It almost seemed like it hit that back bar and popped right back out, but Jets still in the lead in this one, and of course that would have been that little extra insurance that they would have preferred, but they get an offensive zone faceoff out of it. 8:35 still to go in this third period. A lot of time for both the Hawks to get back into this or for the Jets to extend their lead here. You hear the horn maybe through our headsets. That's for the rink behind us. We had some other tournament games going on throughout the day. Pendergast, a shot from the high slot, and that gets patted away by the goaltender, Charlie Galiner.
Charlie Galiner, maybe the only goaltender with a custom helmet that I've seen so far this weekend.
Good,
I'm here for it.
Good eyes, yes. I didn't even notice that. And we saw him play yesterday, too. I like that. That's pretty cool. We've seen a couple of helmets that have designs on them, but maybe store-bought, and that one looks like maybe Charlie had some work done to it. I like it. 2-on-1 possibly for the Jets if they hurry, but good back-checking from number 17, Tate Holmes.
Rosiles with another shot. He looks like he was tripping number 17. I believe that's Holmes.
Oh, yes, yeah. He's been all over the ice for this Jets team today, as has Leswall. So some of their stars coming out to play, but also being extremely active. They say the legs feed the wolf, right? You got to get that motor going down low, but you got to keep that hockey mind calm and knowing what to do up top. So there's that duality of it. 7 minutes to go here in this third period. Jets keep this in the zone, but it's in the hands of the Hawks, and they're able to go off the glass and all the way back down. Charlie Galiner raises his hand for an icing, and he will get it. 6:49 on the clock. So this is game 4 of 5 here from West Dundee. We'll have the Squirt Tier 3 matchup coming to you live after this one. It's set to start at 1:30. Given how this game is going, it may very well so start just a little bit after 1:30. There was a little bit of a delay in games in the morning, not nearly as bad of a delay as we had yesterday. It was just because we were gifted with so much overtime hockey in back-to-back-to-back games. But we've kind of corrected our time schedule here thus far, even given championship celebrations and banner ceremonies. Jets down low with it, working for it in the corner. And this comes all the way back down. Galiner put his hand up and got the pad down late, almost gave the entire Jets side some high blood pressure as he was looking for the icing, but it was coming right at him, so he had to make the save there, and now it's stuck in the Jets zone.
I'm remembering the moment yesterday where a puck almost snuck through into the net.
Went through the goaltender,
Jets,
but...
The other Jets team.
Yes, yeah. Went through the goaltender, but went through the blue paint out the far side, I believe.
Yes.
If that's the one that you're referring to. Yeah, that's always a scary situation there, too. Ruak, the defenseman, carrying it up. A shot on the near side, well wide of the cage there.
Confidence there from Ruak to carry that all the way down and make that shot.
And he had the speed from his own zone and just turned on the wheels. Good thing his teammates were back in order to cover his position while he took that puck up. You see a lot of defensemen in this league, if they've got the speed from the defensive zone, might as well carry it up if you've got the room. Jets back across the blue line. The shot, and what a save. And a late windmill from the netminder for the Hawks, Henry Watrub. He makes the save.
I like his pads. I don't know that we've talked about that yet. We saw some white ones with the red stitching from the last Hawks goaltender from the previous team, of course.
Yes.
And he's rocking the black, red, and white, I believe. It's a good look.
It works, you know. Of course, it's the same set as the glove and blocker, but you wouldn't think the black necessarily goes with the red, white, and blue, but I like the distinction. And black pads are sometimes tough. They hide the puck a little bit better, but that could be an advantage or a disadvantage depending on the play and your style of goaltending. Moving up with it is Leswall through a defender. Byerly.
Unreal move by Leswall there.
A shot from Leswall, and he followed it up with an extra little stick tap. That's the right thing. You go to the net, but if the goalie has it in his mitt, it's most likely just going to be frozen. You saw a half windmill there after the stick came up, but tough angle shot from Leswall, and it was Watrub having to reach across his body to make the glove save. 4:25 on the clock. Pendergast moving up with it. Thrown off the side of the cage. And all the way back down. Arm is up. This is going to be an icing on the Jets as Nick Byerly goes and retrieves that puck. 4:07 to go in period number 3 of game 4 here during our championship. You hear that megaphone start going on the Hawks side of things as their side is electric as well, but that sparks a Let's Go Jets chant from the rival side. Hawks win the draw. They pin that puck up against the wall, and it finds its way out. More board battles going on down below us as the Hawks try to dig this out. They will. Prendergast across the blue line. Prendergast, a wide shot. That also goes wide. That's thrown back up to the point. And not able to keep that at the blue line was number 98, Maverick Stragowski. Puck changing hands there in the neutral zone, but finally it's Prendergast again, usually the one leading the rush for this Hawks team, carrying the puck in. He's got Kosic in the middle, not able to thread the pass to him, so the Jets will escape their zone. Diaz. Eliason into the corner. Eliason.
Great job on Ruak to break up that Hawks pass. He was the difference maker in yesterday's game, I believe, scoring a goal, if not two. We've yet to see him score today, but I wouldn't be surprised if he does put himself on the score sheet here within the last 2.5 minutes of the game.
We got a whistle stopping play as that puck is carried offside, and Leswell will line up for the draw against Teddy Walker of the Hawks. Leswell moving in with it. It is, of course, Spencer Leswell. We still have not seen Jack since the collision early on, so hopefully he is okay. And we've only seen the one Leswell. We've also lost the other brother pairing at the other end as goaltenders have been substituted. Thrown in on net, had to be patted away there from Charlie Galiner. Down low, 2 minutes to go. Moving up, Levy around one and has plenty of space through the neutral zone across the far blue line. Passed it to the defense, and defense passed it right back, so the Jets will regroup in the neutral zone. They play catch with Tate Holmes on the, or excuse me, I don't think that's Tate Holmes, that's Elizabeth and McKinnerman.
I don't think that was an intentional pass to the opposing team.
No,
it's interesting to watch
definitely
them
not. Yeah.
bounce it back and forth to one another as if they were teammates.
That is swallowed up by the glove of Watrub, and we have 1:33 to go here. You got to imagine if the Hawks can get this out, and well, yeah, they're going to be calling their timeout right here. You see the suits calling for their players, quite literally. And you got to imagine if they can win this draw in the defensive zone, you got to look to break out quickly so you can get your goaltender to the bench for the extra attacker.
This is a crucial minute and a half of this game. I think the Hawks are going to come out hungry for it, as they should, of course. And the Jets have to do anything to maintain their 1-goal lead. We always talk about a 2-goal lead being the scariest, but the tie is the last thing the Jets really want right now. Of course, it's been a battle back and forth, and you wouldn't want to take it into overtime.
You got the Hawks coach really firing up the bench there. He was extremely animated, and some would call that scary, but the players knew that he was just getting them pumped up, and that's gotta rile you up on the bench a little bit too. You saw some of the other players that aren't on the ice right now just kind of beating their chests. So the 5 out there, looks like they've drawn up some kind of a game plan in order to get this puck out of the zone quickly so they can get their goaltender to the bench. 93 seconds in this game, 1 goal separating the Jets and the Hawks. Hawks move this puck up, they dump it down. It's not going to go all the way for icing. It's played beforehand, but the official's arm was up. Collision in front, kept in by the Hawks. They have the 6th attacker out there now, and we're going to have to get a whistle as there's an injury. We'll see what this can be. We see the Hawks suits coming out to make sure that I'm trying to catch a number on the back there. I believe
that's number 9.
That is Victor Evans then, who just took a collision cutting towards the middle. Yeah, I believe that is it. You're right, Evans took a little bit of a collision, and
I'm wondering if Charlie Galiner has some sort of equipment issue, or if he's just not even sure what he's doing. But
he might just be goofing around there, but yeah, just testing the pads as he goalie shuffles all the way back to his bench. This isn't exactly a timeout, but the Jets are kind of using it as such as Evans skates back to the bench. Even the Hawks kind of use it as a timeout, but they'll have to get another sixth attacker out there. This faceoff will come back into the neutral zone, though. Face-off right in front of us. Prendergast ties up the center and moves in with it. Prendergast onside along the wing. Stick checked there, and the Jets are able to clear.
Great job there by Rosiles to get a stick in and take that puck out of his zone.
Just under a minute now. Hawks go back to retrieve it, but that is an offset, or excuse me, that is an icing, so that'll stop the clock. It's what they need, and coming back out is the Jets goaltender, Waltrub. Not sure why. Well, this face-off, oh, okay, this face-off is going to come to center ice, which is why. They're going to say it was an intentional icing.
He's pretty far out of his crease, I would imagine. He runs right back to the bench as soon as the rush goes the opposing way, but it's coming to him.
And that puck comes out of the zone, and Jets almost carried that back in offside. They'll flip it back in now, and now that'll be an offside. So they have a face-off right in front of the Hawks bench. 42.1 to go here in this game. And we've got a goaltender that is basically playing in the slot, trying to get back to the bench for that extra attacker here. Jets have a breakaway. Eliason all alone. She shoots. She hits the crossbar with it.
Oh.
That would have been the nail in the coffin. Prendergast moving up with it. Not able to clear his own zone. It's out to center now. Goaltender leaves for the bench now. Extra attacker coming on. Vari to the backhand. Trying to muscle it through the Jets defense. 15 seconds, and it looks like we are going to get a call. We have a tripping on the Jets, I believe.
Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but another one of Eliason's shots came out of net.
I
Was
think
that also her shot?
I think that it might have been her shot. Yeah, that may have hit the post or the crossbar. So drawn iron twice here. So, oh, you know what? It might have been her that shot that one that it looked like it went in and out.
And you could just see the anger and the frustration there as she grabbed her helmet, kind of threw her head back. She wanted that goal.
Lucas Fung in the box for tripping. Jets win the draw forward and are trying to get this puck out of the zone. It's going to stay in along the wall. Hawks 6-on-4. 4-3, 2, and 1. They can't throw it in front, and the Jets will hang on to win this game by a score of 2-1.
Another one of those close games. Both teams, of course, tight in the standings, pretty similar through the regular season. And you could really tell in this game as it was back and forth the entire time, just a 1-goal difference.
What a display of talent from the Jets, but also from the Hawks here. The two things separating these two teams were the 2 points in the regular season standings and the 1 goal in this game. I mean, that is how close these two teams really are from basically being as talented as each other. And we saw that talent on full display here as the Jets are celebrating. They will be awarded their championship banner and their championship hats. But first, we're going to get a team picture on each side. The Hawks will get their second place banner, and that's nothing to scoff at either. A great season for both sides.
Both fan bases showing their full support, as you heard the Let's Go Jets chant on our left. Hawks faithful, maybe a little bit distraught after that one. But still a lot to be proud of, Mike.
Yeah, and they did it with class and style, and I'm not just talking about the suits and the ties that were on the benches, being the coaching staff. I mean the parents as well. Everybody kept it clean. That was well appreciated, and they were just cheering on their youth there as they had a spectacular season and something to definitely be proud about. So we're going to wrap things up from here. We have one more game to go. That is the Blue Tier 3 in this Squirt level from the West Dundee Leaf Center. But the final score in this one, as we get you to your championship celebrations, the Jets 2, the Hawks 1 in this Blue Tier 2 championship. For Hannah Arbitman, I am Mike Napolitano. Thank you to both Andrews, Andrew DeBrucker on the camera and Andrew Schneid on the computer. We'll be back for one final game here in Canlan. Welcome in from West Dundee, the final game of the 14 games that we're doing here at West Dundee. 9 yesterday and 5 today. But today's matter the most as it's Championship Sunday. We have the Winter Club and the Vipers going head to head. And I did a pause there because, wait a minute, we saw this game. If you're tuning in, you saw this game at 8 p.m. last night. And you're probably going, is this just the same restream? Nope. These two teams are actually meeting up in the championship after they faced off at 8 p.m. last night. The Vipers took first place in the division with a 20-game schedule. They won 17 games, lost 2, and had 1 overtime loss for a grand total of 35 points. And Winter Club, they finished 6th. 9 wins, 10 losses, and 1 overtime loss for 19 points. So quite the division in the standings between these two teams, but who cares about that anymore, right? They've made it to the finals. That is what matters. The road into the playoffs is all that counts, and here they are at the very tail end. We'll see who can get the victory in this one. Last night, I believe it was the Vipers knocking off the 6th seed Winter Club. The Winter Club fought pretty hard. We're going to get some announcements here. They're announcing the lineups as we speak in this championship game. If you're just joining us, I am Mike Napolitano on the broadcast. I'm joined by a friend of mine, Andrew Schmid.
Scheid.
Oh, Scheid, excuse me.
No, you're good.
I think I've been saying it wrong the whole day. Andrew Scheid joining the broadcast for me today. We've also got another Andrew DeBrucker on camera. And then Hannah Arbitman is helping us out on the computer, keeping track of the score here in this final contest. But Andrew, what are you looking forward to in this final championship game of this Sunday?
Well, with any championship game, and we are at the Pee-wee level for hockey, as you would say it, but for all these kids, it's just enjoy the moment. Enjoy the moment and have fun, because you're not always going to be here, and it's just a cool experience. I played in championships for Pop Warner football, and it's just, to get to this level for any sport, it's just a cool experience.
We talked about it earlier during the broadcast that for most of these kids, it's maybe their first time playing in a championship game or any game as such a high stakes. So for this Squirt Tier 3 matchup, or it's the Squirt Blue Tier 3 matchup, we will see some excitement, maybe some nerves, but ultimately some great hockey between these two teams. After these announcements are made, we'll have some 12-minute periods. 36 minutes of game time separating us from the final victor of today's Championship Sunday here at Canlan Sports, but we're going to get the national anthem right now. Getting excited after that anthem as we are just about set to drop the puck here in this final game. If you're just tuning in, this game was slated to be started at 1:30. We're about 15 minutes behind schedule, but we're just about ready to go here, and we'll get things underway fairly shortly. These games have been flying by, it feels like, today.
I mean, it really has, and you don't really think of that when you think of sports. You know, you don't think it's going to go faster in your head. You don't never think that. but today it really has.
Especially at this level. You think maybe a lot of stoppages, goal celebrations, all that fun stuff, but plenty of excitement here from West Dundee has gone by pretty quickly. We just saw a game, Andrew, with a lot of excitement in the crowd. Both sides were up on their feet, and the stands were packed between the Chicago Jets and the Chicago Jets and the Chicago Hawks. So we'll see if the Winter Club fans and the Viper fans bring that same kind of excitement. We've got Ben Neal on the draw to face off against Jackson McGinty Schmidt. A lot of familiar names for myself and this whole crew. We saw the Vipers twice yesterday, and as I said, this is the rematch of that 8 p.m. game last night. Vipers starting off with it in the offensive zone, flipping it down onto the goaltender for the Winter Club side of things. That is Jack Parthen stretching out to make that save. And Winter Club moving up with it. Lang on the wing. He moves into the offensive zone and throws it on net, and I believe that is Madden Durfee, who we saw in last night's contest, having to stretch out to make that save. They also have Anthony Wells on the bench in relief just in case, but that goes all the way down for an icing stopping play. 11:17 to go in this first period.
And one thing we see with Pop Warner hockey is a lot less of finesse skating and try to get the puck as close to the net as you can before shooting. We've seen a lot today, a lot of almost, you would say, half ice shots.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite a lot from the blue line, from the defense, and sometimes you get those bodies in front, and that'll allow enough of a screen for the goaltender to not be able to see the shot, and the puck may have its own eyes and find its way in. We'll see if that is the style they play with here in this final game as they move wide with it. That is Johnny Reynolds as he picks up the puck in the corner. The Winter Club try to throw that towards the net, but it's cleared out. That is Benson Jusitz. And puck is pulled into that corner where the Zamboni entrance is. Kind of died right there, but able to be picked up by Winter Club. Stick knocked out of the hands of Ryder Hart. We saw quite a bit of him yesterday. I imagine it's no different in this game today.
Yeah, these two clubs are pretty evenly matched when it comes to height and size. So you really don't see a big size advantage in either club.
That's true. You see a couple of kids that have maybe hit a growth spurt. Of course, this Squirt division is 9Us through 11Us. So you have a little bit of a mix depending on the tier. And some kids have hit their growth spurt just a little sooner. Other kids are still those speedy, sneaky type that can fly up the wing. And you see a little bit of that with Elliot McCormick, who goes down into the corner over there, but pushing the pace of play. It finds its way to the half wall in the Winter Club end and thrown back down on net. Backdoor opportunity, and McCormick puts it in.
I cannot believe what I just saw, Mike. Oh my goodness.
McCormick, he falls down on the end boards, and the play finds its way to the point as that puck is shot all the way back towards the net. He was able to kind of fly under the radar back there and sneak that puck in backdoor as it went off the pads of Jack Parthen. Nothing that Parthen could do after going down to make the initial save. It's so hard to slide on that ice when you lose the edges. You're sacrificing that to go down into the butterfly, and all you have is the leather to try to push you over. And no mistake from Elliot McCormick. 1-0 in favor of the Vipers.
And when your goalkeeper goes down to make a save like that, they're kind of making a choice of going all in for that ground save or staying up to be more versatile.
Right, yeah, it's tough, we don't see the stand-up goaltender style too much in hockey anymore as it was in the 60s, even into the 70s a little bit, but you got to make that decision and be able to pop up and down. And we've been surprised. A lot of goaltenders at this level have been able to do that despite the pads being pretty oversized on some of these littler guys, but They handle it very well as Jack Parthon handles that puck well and gets the whistle. 8:51 to go here in the first period. The Vipers leading 1-0.
Looks like we got both clubs going with a completely new group, it looks like.
Yeah, full-scale line changes on both sides. Hart steps in for the face-off against Johnny Reynolds, and the Vipers win it. The Vipers wearing those Anaheim Ducks-style jerseys, the newer Ducks orange, tan, and black, as it goes well with the Vipers' white jerseys that they wear. And then the Winter Club side of things, once again going with that forest green with the lighter green accents and the black to it. So a very vintage hockey style. We saw both of these teams in these exact same jerseys. And the 8 p.m. matchup, I hope somebody did laundry in between, but also I hope that it, as Jack Parthon makes a beautiful save right there on a point-blank shot. I was going to say, I hope that these jerseys never change. They're very nice.
And I mean, they are. And going back to that save, it just was textbook. I mean, goalies learn that from day one, if I'm not mistaken. There's just simple blocks you learn from day one, and that was one of them.
Especially if you're good with the glove hand. So that is Jack Parthon flashing the leather there as Vipers try to get this back into the zone. They will. The goal scorer, McCormick, throwing it in front. He's got a couple of Vipers in front, but not able to get the handle on it was McGinty Schmidt. Jusitz. Battle along the near wall. That's that shot from the point from Daniela Fremy. And Andrew, you talked about those long shots from almost from center ice. That would be Daniela Fremy. She's got quite the strong stick. You see her at the point most of the time just throwing it at the net, and most of the time it finds its way in, and she's the recipient of that goal. So we'll see if she can be factored into the scoring here today. Still just 1-0, but a nice keep from her at the point.
You know, and another thing for people out there to realize is these kids are playing in a hockey rink that is used by college and other, small-time organizations. So to play on this type of rink and in this type of facility is awing in itself. Being someone who played Pop Warner, got to play on a college field, to play on that big of a stage is just awesome.
Yeah, this is a really nice arena here at West Dundee. There are a couple of Central States, like the Leafs, that call this home, but you mostly have, look out, here comes a breakaway from Johnny Reynolds. Reynolds in all alone. He sneaks it in that bottom corner, and we have a tie game, 1-1.
And Reynolds was all alone. He had one guy to beat, and that was the goalie, and he got the job done.
That was Madden Durfee going down into the butterfly, and boy, oh boy, Reynolds just skating right, shooting left, and that right-handed shot just across his body finds the back of the net, and that was a bullet into the netting, so no mistake on that one. We have an even game between Winter Club and the Vipers here in this championship matchup for the White Tape. They look out from the point, a flip shot. And it is Tommy Lafayette making it 2-1.
Less than 30 seconds after the Winter Club score their goal, Viper answers right back.
Yeah, the Vipers didn't take long at all in order to throw that on net, and good things happen when you throw the puck on net. We talked about Danielle Fremy and some of these other Vipers that elect to shoot from the point there, and that was exactly what that was. It was a changeup that just found its way through the 5-hole of Jack Parthon, and I'm sure that's one that he wants back. 6:26 to go here as he makes a glove save. But Andrew, man, yeah, you talk about those long shots, and those can be tricky, especially at this level. And you talk about playing on this ice. The NIU Huskies share this ice, so ACHA hockey plays here. You've got a bunch of men's leagues as well, tournaments throughout the year. But 3 rinks here at West Dundee Canlan Sports, and Canlan is, of course, a well-known company in Canada. They've got a bunch of locations, but also the Romeoville location, where we're also streaming from, is a Canlan Sports location. And This one, top notch, state of the art. I want to thank everybody that has helped us here on this championship Sunday, whether it has been our crew, whether it's been the individual teams, as that's thrown in offsides, the coaching staffs, the parents who have been great, and the fans, but also the staff. I know yesterday there was an NIU broadcast in between our 6 p.m. game, which, well, it was supposed to be their 6 p.m. game, but it was supposed to be our 3 p.m. game, but it felt like it started at 6 because of all the delays. There was a break between our 3 p.m. game and our 8 p.m. game, and that was for the NIU crew. They needed a separate table, and the helpful people here at the Leaf Center were able to go and grab us an extra table and really just provide everything we've needed as far as food. And that, of course, comes on the behalf of Jimmy, who runs Central States. So I want to shout out Jimmy and thank him for everything he's done for us at all 3 locations this weekend. And the fun doesn't stop this weekend. We've got games all next weekend. I'll be at Darien on Saturday and Sunday for a different level of championships, but Central States hockey goes nowhere. We get a whole nother weekend full of exciting, incredible hockey as Reynolds, sprung out of a cannon once again, throws that puck across the crease. Cross-ice pass finds itself in the corner. 5 minutes to go in this first period that has been exciting nonetheless. Puck finds its way out to center, and McCormick trying to stick handle there, but that's an offsides, and we will get a whistle. Full sail line changes for both teams as we get a draw with 4:50 to go in period number 1.
As you were shouting out everyone that's been instrumental this weekend for this event, and it's a good thing you did shout out the parents, because they're a big part of all these kids' athletic careers to this point. Who washes your uniform at the end of every game? Mom or dad. Who takes you to every game? Mom or dad. So your parents are a big part of your athletic career as a kid, and they're going through it right along with you.
Parents, guardians, anybody who has helped these young athletes get to the level that they're at and continue to improve and climb that ladder as they get older into higher skilled hockey or any sport really. And we talked about it a lot yesterday, when we saw a collision right there along the boards, but we're going to get a penalty. We talked about it yesterday when the first game of the day started at 7 a.m. and it was the Bloomington Thunder versus one of these Viper clubs. It wasn't exactly this Vipers team, but you just talk about the travel from Bloomington to here with the way the weather was. It's super cold out, a lot of snow throughout the Chicagoland and the Midwest for the last couple of weeks, and I'm sure that was a trek. Hopefully most of those parents came in the Friday night and stayed over so that they could be here on time for Saturday rather than leave in the wee hours of the morning. But you're still talking about that same commute no matter what time. So, and that's just Bloomington. I mean, we've seen teams from Northwest Indiana. We've seen teams from Wisconsin. Even this Vipers team plays up north near the border. And, so you have quite a bit of travel to get to wherever you need to go for these games. And the parents have just been incredible. Not to mention, sometimes you have 2 games in a day. Like this Vipers team had 2 games yesterday. So are you traveling back home in between games, or are you electing to stay somewhere out here or stay at the rink in between games and just kill some time? There's a lot of sacrifice that goes into it, and it is great on these parents to be able to help these kids in that way.
And for people that think that these kids don't really understand the game of hockey, they're just out there skating, these 8, 9, 10-year-old kids, I mean, they understand the game, and there's a lot of talent like we've seen here today.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, they have plenty of learning at this point in time, and they know exactly what they're doing, and the execution is pretty much always there, as we've seen throughout these last 2 days, the skill on display. But the Vipers are going to get an opportunity in the offensive zone here on the power play. The power play hasn't produced too much for this Vipers side, but Hart in to take the draw against Reynolds. Reynolds wins it back. Reynolds in the corner. And it finds its way back to the point where Tenuta was just trying to throw that back into somewhere deep, and it was stopped there. Lang trying to muscle his way into the zone. Pinched off by Hart. Hart tried to go back up the boards where it came from, and that's kept in by Metz. Winter Club turning this puck around, and they've got numbers as they enter the zone. Going down the wing. In behind the net. Thrown up, but going to be kept in at the line. Oh, almost lost the handle on it, but stayed on the blue line for Winter Club. Winter Club throwing it deep, hits the end boards and bounces off. Trying to throw in front. And 5 seconds to go on that Vipers penalty. They're out of the box. Excuse me, I think I said Vipers power play earlier. I meant Vipers penalty. Lafayette now carrying up the puck. 5 skaters aside, we're back to even. Lafayette dangling through one, dangling through two. He had the outside lane and then tried to go towards the middle. Maybe he could have had that left-handed shot from the outside in a dangerous spot, but draws the tripping penalty, and we're going to go right back to the man advantage here, but this time it'll be the Vipers that do get the power play. So Winter Club's very own Charles Sione will sit for a minute and 30.
I mean, he just went up there trying to score and basically looked like a serpent snake weaving his way through all those defenders. And it's just cool to see these, young kids and athletes able to do things like that.
It's interesting you say serpent because those are the Vipers, and I misspoke. That's Ryan Metz in the box. It'll be an offsides, though, here as we reset in front of the Vipers bench, but that's kind of the game plan that the Vipers play, is almost a serpent-like game plan. They've seen a couple of interestingly timed breakaways and some shots that kind of seem to swivel back and forth from the point to find its way towards the net, almost like a snake itself. So the Vipers looking to continue their barrage of attacks, especially on this power play, but they're going to struggle to get this out of their zone until now. Here comes the original goal scorer, McCormick, with McGinty Schmidt. McGinty Schmidt loses it, has to regain possession in the neutral zone. Moving in with it. Thrown at the side of the cage and gloved by Jack Parthen, and he'll hold on for a whistle. 43 seconds to go on the man advantage for the Vipers. 1 minute and 40 seconds still left in this first period.
And Parthen for Winter Club over in that net in this first quarter has made some really good stops, both with his legs and with his hands out there.
Yeah, he's definitely outstretched a couple of times. You've seen that glove hand be flashed a few times here, and he tracks the puck well. You notice when he moves side to side as the puck moves around the zone, he gets down but gets right back up, tracks back to the post, and you're seeing it all on display right there as he is what kept this Winter Club team in a lot of games throughout this season, it seems, but definitely we saw it on display yesterday, and we could kind of get a small sample size picture in the 2 games yesterday, and even this this afternoon game here today. I'm still feeling like it's morning as we have just gone back to back to back to back to back with games here on Championship Sunday.
Right, there's been really no break in between, a little 8-minute break in between games, but that's about it.
Here comes Winter Club. 50 seconds still in the period. Penalty is up. Their man just out of the box. Reynolds on the backhand. That hits the side of the net and goes wide. Vipers trying to keep this puck on the wing and carry it out. That is Lafayette cutting to the middle. The lefty, Lafayette, to his backhand, to his forehand. Taken down as he gets through center ice. And once again, Lafayette with that speed serpentining through center ice, and he draws yet another penalty. 25.8 to go here in the first period.
You know what, Lafayette, from a fellow lefty, I have to give him props. He did really good on that. He did all right.
Yeah, he was able to stick handle through a couple of green sweaters, and you break through the defense like that, they're almost forced to trip you and take that penalty. Otherwise, you have a clear breakaway to the net. So we've got palms up from Winter Club saying, what is going on here? It looks like it is number 37, Ryan Metz, once again, saying, I didn't do anything. And we've got both referees conferring right now. The whistle was blown before the puck was frozen. So, yeah, there has to be a penalty assessed here.
Right.
And they're going to send Reynolds to the box. Yeah, I'm not sure if Reynolds was the initial man that tripped Lafayette, but the call was made, so you have to take somebody to the box. You can't just
Right.
mistakenly blow the whistle right
You
there.
know, these kids, and I've seen a lot of Pee-wee sports games where kids kind of get, kind of upset when they get penalized or something like that. I've seen a lot of kids here today kind of just take it on their shoulders. Like, they're in middle school, high school, college level. They're just playing a game out there.
There's a lot of resiliency from both sides, and what is going on now, we've got a couple of Winter Club players coming off the bench to replace the defense. It looks like they are going to go with, of course, 4 skaters on the penalty kill. I think the coaching staff wanted to talk to the officials about the call, but also say, hey, if you're telling me I'm going on a penalty kill, then I need to be able to put my penalty killers out there and get my line changed up, because they were ready to go 5-on-5, and maybe they want a different look and a different game plan if you're going to be shorthanded.
Right.
Explanation being given to the Winter Club bench. 25.8 to go. It'll be 1:30 on the Reynolds penalty.
And he didn't look upset at him. He was just trying to understand if that was the call, I need time to get my guys out there.
Right, exactly. McGinty Schmidt from the side hits the side of the net. And that one is picked up by Henry Kutchery. Kutchery down low with McGinty Schmidt through the legs of Schmidt. And we wind down at the end of this period. It gets thrown out in front, but the buzzer will sound before anybody can catch up to it. So through one period, we have a score line. Vipers 2, Winter Club 1. For Andrew and myself, Mike Napolitano will be back for period number 2 from West Dundee in just a few moments. Back underway here from West Dundee at the Canlan Sports Center. It'll be Winter Club and the Vipers here in period number 2. Vipers leading 2-1, but Winter Club moves into the zone shorthanded. There's still 50 seconds left on that power play for the Vipers. 11:41 on the game clock. That hits the skate of the official and allows Winter Club to keep the puck in. And the Vipers finally clear out now. But they had a little help from the skate of the official, and that'll be all the way down into the glove of Jack Parthen, and he'll hold on for a whistle.
I have to ask you, Mike, because you're more the hockey aficionado than I am. When a puck hits an official skate like that at any level, are you upset? Are you happy at that?
We've seen a couple instances at all different levels where, the official is part of the game. You got to kind of allow that to happen. But, we've seen even in the NHL a couple of times where the official has accidentally gotten in a little bit more of the way of the play, and you see a player get upset. But like I said, they're part of the game. You have to understand that they have just as much of a right to be out there as you do, and it's sometimes hard to readjust when the play goes sideways and all of a sudden the official finds themselves in the way of something like that. Hockey moves so quickly that sometimes you don't have time to get out of the way. As here's the Winter Club moving it out of their own zone to center, but the Vipers moving right back in with it. Power play is over, so We're back to full strength on both sides. 5 skaters. That is Tommy Lafayette moving it up to Brady. Declan Brady moving it across the blue line. A number of white sweaters there as they regroup in the offensive zone and try to throw it into an open area. Brady gives chase there. And Winter Club able to move out with it. This is Barrett Lang. Lang into the zone. Defenseman blew his tire, but there were still too many white sweaters to break through for Winter Club. And a number of collisions at center ice, and we've got a number of players down, and we're going to have to get a whistle here soon because
there's your whistle.
McCormick, it looks like. Elliot McCormick, the original goal scorer, took a little bit more of the brunt of that, so we will take a break here as everybody takes a knee, and we'll be right back here from the Leaf Center in West Dundee.
Oh, yeah. No, I know that.
All right, that was quick. We are back. McCormick right back up to his feet. Tough hockey player right there, Elliot McCormick, and we'll get a face-off in the Vipers zone after the stoppage of play. It'll be still 5 aside here, and Winter Club's got to get right on the right side of the dot there. That's Jack Reynolds, or excuse me, Johnny Reynolds. And we need a 5th skater for the Vipers. So a couple things before the puck can be dropped, but 10:04 on the clock as it starts to tick off, and we are back underway. Hart fighting with Reynolds. Stick handling through a number of skates and trying to make a pass to Nelson, but not able to get that puck all the way over there. Tenuta finds it on Tenuta's stick in front of the net there, but pops right back off. Daniela Fremy in the corner, skating out with it. And here comes Hart along the wing. Hart cutting towards the middle at the top of the zone, and he floats one in that is easily scooped up by Jack Parthen, and he'll hold on to get a whistle. 9:27 here to go in this second period, of this final Championship Sunday game.
That was another shot from the blue line, and like we've been saying all day in this whole game, I mean, that's just par for the course here for the Central States.
Yeah, the Vipers tend to like those outside shots, even if they can't work the puck in. And, hey, the more you throw at the net, the better sometimes the results. So that should be good. 9:13 to go here. And we have a one-on-one battle along the boards. A couple of wingers step in to help out, push that puck along. Still in the offensive zone for the Vipers. Picked off from Winter Club, and the Vipers keep possession. McCormick throws one at the net, and that one trickles in on Parthen, and he'll hold on for a whistle. 8:53 remaining in period number 2. The Vipers still leading this game. Score 2-1. We saw a goal from McCormick. Saw a goal from Lafayette. We saw... Well, actually, was that Fremy from the... No, that was Lafayette, I believe, on that second one. I'm forgetting goals now, and I'm getting the two games blended into each other because I just saw these two teams face off last night. It was a 1-goal game last night in that contest, so I would not be surprised if this scoreline holds, or at the very least, we get another 1-goal game in this one.
And, you know, for any team, any club that played here this weekend, or in any location, because we have 3 locations here this weekend, they should all be proud of themselves. You know, that you made it here. Yeah, because that's big in itself.
It takes a lot to get through not just the 20 games in season, but a lot of these teams play maybe even in other tournaments throughout the year. So you're playing a lot of hockey and, you know, trying to juggle school and other responsibilities at the same time, especially at this age, is sometimes a hard thing to do. And they're able to play enough hockey that they advance to the playoffs. And not only advance to the playoffs, they're here all throughout the playoff weekend getting to the championship, as here comes Reynolds, but a clear trip right there. And we're going to have a penalty assessed to Tenuta, who's going to head to the box for clipping the legs of Reynolds. We've seen Reynolds break out on a couple of breakaways already today, and Tenuta didn't want that to happen again. So not the worst penalty to take, but a blatant trip right there. So a minute and 30 will go up on the board with 8:21 to go, and the Vipers will have a grade A opportunity to extend upon their lead.
You know, and you said it right. He was just trying to stop him from getting that breakaway. But at this level, you know, you already know you just can't do that.
Yeah, you're just at that point not even playing the puck. You're just going for the skates there, and that's part of the game. You can commit an infraction. You're just going to have to face the consequences that come with it. So it'll be Winter Club trying to get this puck as far away from their net as possible.
I mean, that's true. You can commit to the penalty, but don't be upset about paying the time.
Excuse me, I believe I said the Vipers can extend their lead. It was the Vipers that tripped up Reynolds, so it's Winter Club on the attack here. Winter Club was in the offensive zone on that draw. They're just struggling to hold the blue line right there as it comes back out. As Eisler dumps that back in. Winter Club. So instead of an opportunity to extend a lead, Winter Club has an opportunity to tie this game up on the man advantage. Still 37 seconds to go on that, but a rising shot shorthanded from the stick of Ryder Hart, and it had to be saved by Jack Parthen.
He almost looked like a soccer goalie putting his hands up to stop that puck.
Yeah, that's true. A high rising shot that looks like it's, ticketed for the top bins, as I think they say over in soccer. I should know. I've got soccer in my blood as well, but hockey comes first, of course. But yeah, what a save from Parthen. Maybe he should try out for soccer goaltender as well. I don't know if he could balance it. One in the winter, one in the summer, maybe.
I was a two-sport athlete in high school.
There you go. As the Vipers keep it in the offensive zone shorthanded. A turnaround shot from Coutry. Doesn't quite make it there. They keep it in, and they're going to be able to kill the remainder of this Winter Club power play from Winter Club's zone. So back to 5 skaters aside, and Winter Club will finally break the puck out as far as center, but that is as far as it will go. And 3 to a side as they battle forward along the wall. Here comes Winter Club on the attack here across the blue line. Neal throws it in front. We saw him take a number of face-offs last night. He's the centerman for this Winter Club team. And look out, here comes a breakaway for the Vipers, and throwing it in on the ice was McGinty Schmidt.
What a goal by the Vipers. That was 2-on-1 defensively. I don't know how he got that puck past 2 defenders and the goalie.
Well, McGinty Schmidt able to just throw that puck in without it ever leaving the ice. So that was just a great display of getting the goaltender to freeze and not be able to cover the entire net, and the Vipers extend their lead 3-1 here. As that one is answered to right away as the Winter Club side, Jack Reynolds finds the top of the net. It's 3-2.
I cannot believe this game, Mike.
Well, yeah, what are we seeing? We're going back and forth quite a bit here. Just as we did last night, I believe there was a quick goal right after one of these two teams scored. The response was basically instant. So I expect now that the floodgates are open for maybe both teams to lock it down or both teams to continue their barrage at going back and forth at each other. Hart picks it up now. Hart trying to get across the blue line. His teammates waited for him. McCormick good to stay onside. Throwing it in front. McCormick is there and tipped off his stick, just not able to point it towards goal. That's around the end boards. Jusic needs a little help from his point man. It's down low from McCormick, who is once again sneaking down low. That's how we saw him score that first goal in this contest. But carried out now by Winter Club. They'll regroup behind their own net. McCormick still pressuring high there, so difficult to try to regroup behind your own net when there's still an orange and white sweater right next to you. Neal gave pressure on that one, but it was defensive to defensive pass from the Vipers to the Winter Club side of things.
Winter Club just trying to get it out,
Winter Club
just try to clear it.
maybe needs a couple new skaters out here as maybe have some tired legs. You should mention that Winter Club's bench, they only have 5 skaters. This was the same situation last night as walking in with it was James Benz. Winter Club only has 5 skaters on that bench. So as soon as they replace their 5 that are on the ice, 3 offensive skaters and 2 defensive, they just have 1 other line of players. As for the Vipers, they have an extra 2 players over there. So they have 7 in the reserves. And they can get a little bit more fresh legs. But I was talking about it with Andrew DeBrucker and I on the broadcast earlier that sometimes there's that phenomenon that teams with a shorter bench end up winning the game just because they know they have to play that much harder because they're shorthanded. You'd think it'd be the opposite, but there's something about that phenomenon that it just makes sense, you know. It's just the team that knows that they're going to have to put in the extra work. You know, hard work beats talent if talent doesn't work hard, but we've seen the hard work from both sides of this Vipers and Winter Club matchup, so it's going to be interesting to see which set of determination beats out here.
I mean, and you said it, Mike. Talent isn't everything. You can have all the talent in the world and face a guy with the most determination on the planet, and he can still beat you.
We've praised the talent here today, but I think it's an even bigger notion to point out is, oh, look out, Jack Parthen goes down behind the net, but that was because it was a whistle. He was trying to retrieve the puck, as we will get a face-off in the Vipers zone as they ice the puck. But we've praised the talent level here, what we've seen, and sure, it has been on display and very impressive. But you don't get that talent if you haven't worked hard, right? So
right.
Want to praise the hard work from all these athletes here today, whether it's on the Winter Club side, the Vipers side, or any of the other previous teams that we saw throughout championship weekend here from West Dundee. We've seen a lot of really good scored hockey and, just a wide range. As incidental content, Lafayette is still down. Wanted to get a call there, but we play on. Even the Vipers bench was okay with it going on.
He stayed down to try to get the call, but when he knew he wasn't going to get it, he popped right back up.
Yeah, you could sell the call a little bit and maybe ask for one right there, but with a tight game like this, I don't know if the referees are going to just call anything, as Parthen is able to pounce on that and cover up. 3:05 to go here in period 2, and as I was saying, yeah, the grit and determination that we've seen from all these teams, I mean, it's been a very, very incredible weekend full of hard work and talent.
Right, and, we say all the things these kids go through on the ice, but really what they do off the ice, too. These kids are juggling the sport, but also juggling school and homework and other activities, family, stuff going on. So, these kids got a lot on their plate, and to be able to just focus in on one thing at a time, that's a big part about being a child athlete.
Not to mention the countless hours that hockey requires. Most sports, you train on the surface that you're playing on, and you train, at the sport that you're doing, whether that's soccer or baseball. You're practicing hitting off of a tee, or you're practicing kicking a ball in the field and stuff like that. But hockey can require off-ice training, so there's a lot more that goes into it, at least at these levels. Of course, all sports, all athletes have to have their training away from the actual sport itself, but hockey even more so, even at the younger levels. So it's impressive to see what they do with it here, as that one's thrown in on Parthen and gloved right there by the netminder. So the faceoff will come out to the stick side of him, still in the Winter Club zone. The Winter Club trailing by 1 here. They're going to need to get this puck out and get some chances before the end of this second period. 2:32 to go.
And you see a lot of hockey players when during the off season played field hockey in the summertime and in the spring, and all that just to keep their skills sharp so they don't diminish.
I know a lot of hockey players that also switch over and play baseball. It's kind of funny to think about that, as that one is thrown as McCormick was skating right, shooting it left, and the goaltender had to readjust to save that one. Parthen made a great save, but it's funny because you've got baseball, which in some people's minds is one of the slowest sports, but if you actually play it, you know that there's something happening every second. You're evaluating. It's just more of the mental side of things. So baseball, when you're playing it, is like chess, and when you're watching it, it's probably, can be a little bit slow and methodical.
Right, because
as far as hockey goes, it's the opposite, but it is still like a chess game. So I see a lot of crossover between the minds of baseball players and the minds of hockey players, just because you still have that thinking element to both sports that you don't necessarily get with every sport, and you have to apply it in just different ways. In hockey, it comes at you in a split second, so you have to think and practice and almost just do in the game. Whereas in baseball, you have to think in practice and in the game and do, right? So there's a little bit of combination and balance in both.
This is true. And I mean, hockey is one of those sports. I mean, balance is key, obviously, to be a skater.
That's true, too. Yeah, a lot of extra skills that go into it.
Just being tough, being able to take hit after hit. Hockey, in that respect, is a lot like football. You just got to be able to take hit after hit and keep going.
Reynolds moving up with it. 36 seconds on the clock, goes down and into the corner, and they collide in the corner. You talk about taking those hits. Hitting's not allowed, of course, at this level, but you still see a lot of that incidental contact. Fans wanted to call after that one, but both players taking each other down, so you still got to be able to brace yourself for that impending physicality. That's coming. Hart doing a nice job of kicking to this, kicking to no stick. He had dropped his stick, and my goodness, what an opportunity he created for his Vipers, but seconds are ticking off the board as that's thrown on Jack Parsons, and we'll get a whistle with just 1.9 seconds left in this period. But man, what an effort by Hart right there. Loses his stick at the blue line, and then is able to just kind of kick it with him. So I guess he heard us mentioning soccer earlier or something.
Yeah, but that's one thing with this is, now I've kind of lost my train of thought, but one thing I was saying earlier, you don't get a lot of hits in this sport, in this level of the sport, guys slamming each other into the wall, but you do get that accidental contact, and that's kind of what I meant earlier, is you got to watch for that accidental contact and just be prepared for it.
No doubt. Well, we'll go to the third and final period of our 14-game slew here at Northwest, or excuse me, not Northwest. I was thinking about the game we were doing earlier from West Dundee, as the Vipers still in the lead by a goal, but it's 3-2 after 2 right here from the Leaf Center. For myself and Andrew, we will be right back in the third period. Back underway here as the referee's set to drop the puck for period number 3. Final period here for championship weekend at the Leaf Center in West Dundee. Myself, Mike Napolitano. I was adding our two names together. Mike Napolitano and Andrew Schneid right here for period number 3 as McGinty Schmidt, that's a combination last name, picks up the puck and goes across the blue line. Schmidt throwing it down on Parthen. That one is blockered aside by Parthen and played up the wall by his Winter Club skaters.
And you were mentioning
taken down at center, and we're going to get a penalty now on the Vipers as Smith goes down at his own blue line.
You were mentioning earlier, Mike, how a lot of hockey players in the offseason will play baseball, and we just saw that translate with that save from Parthen over there for the Winter Club. I mean, quick hands as a goalie. You need to have quick hands, and you need to have quick hands in baseball, too. I can attest to that.
Yeah, gloving a puck in hockey for a goaltender can be very similar, especially at this level, to fielding a ground ball in in baseball. But I mean, the thing is you've got to add in the fact that now you're sliding on ice, and look out, Tenuta on the break, going in wide, throwing it across the blue paint, but nobody backdoor to be able to put that puck in as the Winter Club moves back out with it. Tenuta back on her stick. And that one is turned back over. And Winter Club trying to push forward with it. Hart coming to the aid of Samantha Tenuta as the Vipers try to settle that puck down in their own end. 10:40 to go still on the clock. Thrown back across ice. Winter Club centering that puck. Reynolds loses it on the stick, and Hart, a nice move to evade the check of one, but can't get past Reynolds on the second one, and Reynolds will throw back up to his teammate Barrett Lang.
Hart has been really good for the Vipers with puck control in this game.
Lang a shot from a tough angle. He was basically on the wall, and that one had rattled around for goaltender Madden Durfee, but able to corral that, and we'll get a whistle. 10:16 to go here in this third period. 3-2 in favor of the Vipers over Winter Club. We saw these two face off like I was saying last night, and Andrew was asking me, did I see a 3-2 scoreline in the future of this one after seeing these two teams contest last night? And I'll tell you, no, but not in the way that you were thinking. I was thinking it'd maybe be 2-1 or 1-0. Much slower scoring game as that one is poked in the back door, and Winter Club has tied things here in the third period. And it is Smith on the back door.
And it's just small, simple play like that. Don't try to be a hero. Don't try to do anything special. Just get that puck in the back of the net.
You saw Jack Parthen come all the way out of his crease to go celebrate at the bench with the goaltender. I mean, with his goal scorer, goaltender coming all the way out. Usually you see the goal scorer go back and give their goaltender a tap on the head, but Parthen came all the way over to the bench to celebrate.
That's friendship right there.
3-3 in the third. Threes are wild. If only we had Tree left here, but we are back to being tied, and I'm not surprised at all.
No. And I mean, the way these teams have come out of the gate, I'm not surprised either.
A little bit of energy from Winter Club now after that goal. They throw that in from distance as well. That was Charles Sione with the shot. 9:37 to go here, and Winter Club find themselves back in the offensive zone, looking to put the pressure on. Vipers trying to clear the puck out. It's Lafayette now carrying out of his own zone, using the boards and using McCormick as a little bit of a pick to get out of his own zone along the far wall. Turned over by Lafayette to, that is Johnny Reynolds. We've seen a lot from Reynolds, and you don't want to let that man go on another breakaway, so they're watching out for him, but here comes Sione back into the zone. Shot goes wide. Durfee had thoughts of coming out to waffle board that away, but he elected to stay home. Lafayette in the corner has the option for the glass and out. Finds its way to center, and offsides are Winter Club as Sione touches that puck in the offensive zone. We'll get a whistle. 8:40 to go in this final period, but it might not be the final period. We are tied at 3 here between the Vipers and Winter Club. Hart lining up for the draw with Ben Meal.
It feels like to me, Mike, and it looks like it, both these teams are playing with tremendous heart out there. Our last game we covered before this one had 6 points in total between both teams at the end of regulation. We're at 6 points in this game between both teams, and there's still over 8 minutes to play.
Yeah, I'm surprised that both defenses have allowed, and I'll say defenses because I don't mean the goaltenders individually, and I'm not going to call them out because they've played a great game on both sides, but I'm surprised both teams defensively have allowed 3 goals because we saw a tightly contested game last night between these two, but an exciting one nonetheless. So here's Hart up the gut. Hart, a shot! And what a save by Jack Parthen, closing the door on a point-blank opportunity. Hart couldn't believe it. We've seen a lot from Ryder Hart, but boy, oh boy, he wants that one back. At a tie game, that could have been the difference there, and I think he knows it, but still plenty of time, as you were saying. There's 7:58 still on the clock, and I don't think anybody would have expected, 6 goals to be scored in this one, maybe 2, maybe 4, but definitely a tie game because these two teams have been pretty even despite what those regular season standings may give you.
And like you said, these goaltenders have been on point this entire game, so 6 points to be allowed between both teams. It's really astonishing.
Look out, Reynolds up the wing, beating one, going to the backhand, tucking it. Does it go in? We don't have confirmation from the referee. Reynolds put his hands up like it was in, and the Vipers goaltender with the ginormous save there, and he gets a hug from the entire line. Madden Durfee able to track with the shooter east to west, post to post, and make the save. That was incredible.
That was a crucial save for the Vipers.
Reynolds thought for sure he had put that in, but no, sir. As we are still tied here, Reynolds on that draw, looking to work back towards the center. It's thrown back on net, and the Vipers pick that puck up in the corner. Looking to get out of their own zone, they will, but it'll go back to the Winter Club defense at their own blue line. Benz now moving in for Winter Club. Winter Club in the corner. Along the half wall. The puck doesn't get that deep, and they throw it back in offsides. We'll see if that is an intentional offsides and bring the face-off to another point, but that was Bodie Eisler that was trying to throw that puck in on the attack quickly. We talk about Winter Club being the 6th seed, but, for a 6th seed, they had 73 goals for, only 65 against, so that's still a positive goal differential.
Right.
Now, the Vipers, and you asked me about a high-scoring game. Going into last night's game, the Vipers, they finished the season with 113 goals for and only 30 goals against. So if you would have asked me last night before I saw these two teams play, I would have said the Vipers will most likely score a lot of goals in this game, and Winter Club held them for the majority of the game, and they've been doing the same here today. So after watching last night's game, despite those regular season stats, I am not surprised at all that this is tightly contested, but I'm actually the opposite. I'm more surprised that there are as many goals as there are in this one.
I mean, it's a tightly contested game, but one thing I could say from experience, once you get to the playoffs, those regular season stats don't matter.
Exactly. Anybody's game, playoffs, and tournaments like this are such a different animal, but Winter Club desperately trying to get it out of their zone now as the pendulum has swung the other way and the Vipers had some offensive time. But here comes Barrett Lang along the wing, stopped by the Vipers, and Lafayette will carry this back up. Tommy Lafayette up the middle. Past 3 defenders, going wide with it, a shot. That one had to be fought off by Parthen, and that rebound goes wide from the Vipers. May have hit off of the defenseman from getting in front of the net, and here comes Lang once again up the wing. This time has help. Has a winger with him, but too many white sticks in the area, and the Vipers pick back up and clear their zone. Down low in the neutral zone. Winter Club has 3 along the boards. Vipers have 4, and they send it down into Winter Club's zone. Parthen was looking for an icing call, but there was a red line gained from the Vipers after that knock in. Lafayette. Vipers flip at the distance. Not far enough for icing though. Winter Club will corral at their own blue line.
These last 4.5 minutes thereabouts in this third period are really much going to be a defensively fought battle.
Thrown in front and on net, and a pad save from Parthen, standing so tall for this Winter Club team. And here comes Lang the other way. No, excuse me. That looks like Ryan Metz. And just about 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go here in this third period. Still tied in this one. Vipers carrying up with it. Couturier, shot on net, steered wide. 4 minutes as they battle for it along the wall. Benz brings it out. Lang has one to beat, and then the goaltender. Thrown on net, sticked aside by Durfee. And the Vipers will carry it out of their zone, and taken down at center ice was Jackson McGinley Schmidt was taken down, and it'll be a penalty on the Winter Club side of things. So a crucial power play at a crucial time for the Vipers. 3:35 to go here in the third period. Reynolds will head to the box once again. He's been great offensively for this Winter Club team, even defensively, but also been caught a couple of times for a number of infractions here this afternoon. So minute 30 up on the power play time for the Vipers. 3:34 on the game clock. Vipers throwing it in front. The back door was just out of reach.
He had
Declan
his
Brady.
man open.
McCormick from the corner, just trying to turn and throw that puck towards the center of the zone. Up to the point. And that shot from
What
Hennessy
defense.
is snuffed out, and here comes Winter Club the other way. They'll get as far as center, but they fail to get that puck deep, and here come the Vipers once again on the man advantage. Still 53 seconds to go. Hart in front. Hart, a shot! Tough angle, but he puts it in! Hart on the power play, and the heartbreaker Selly from Ryder Hart.
I like that. That was the heartbreaker right there for the Winter Club.
What a shot from the Vipers. And Hart breaks this tie with just 2:52 on the clock. Plenty of time for Winter Club to get back in this, but that one, if you're a Winter Club, that one hurts a little bit.
That definitely deflates your sails a little bit. But if I were the Vipers here, don't over-celebrate.
Yeah, this game is far from over with the way we've seen these two teams go head-to-head, and I'd be surprised if Winter Club doesn't answer right back like they have. You know, you go back to those regular season stats that I told you we threw out, but here I am going to bring them up again. And you might just have good numbers against certain teams, but certain teams might just have your number, right? So this Winter Club team, even though they finished in sixth, they might have just had the Vipers' number all season long, or possibly vice versa. So it's never a clear picture when you just look at a table full of stats. It doesn't tell the full story. But what does is this game right here, the championship game, a goal apart are these two teams as they battle for it with just 2 minutes to go here. Whistle cuts the air, and it is an offsides against the Vipers.
Which, if I'm Winter Club right now, I'm loving hearing that whistle. You know, it gives me time to make a line change, give my guys a second to breathe. You know, even though these are 12-minute periods, these are still kids out there. They're winded, they're tired.
And we talked about that short bench for Winter Club, and you talked about taking a breather. Not only does Winter Club get a breather, but they're going to take that whistle to go ahead and call their timeout. So Winter Club is not necessarily drawing up a play. I don't see the whiteboard there, but they're just talking about game plan and strategy, and I'm sure the same is going on over on the Viper bench as the coach is up on the bench speaking to his entire team, the ones on the ice and on the bench, probably telling them, listen, we've got a 1-goal lead, but you can't get complacent out there. You got to make sure that you finish these last minute and 59 seconds because Winter Club is not going to back down. They have not all game, and vice versa. Neither have the Vipers. So either team has to complete this game from whistle to whistle, not get complacent because the other one will be right on their heels.
You know, and my coaches always used to tell me when games got down to the end like this and we're down to the wire, he said, I don't need any of you to be a hero. I just need to give me the best you. One play.
For most of these Vipers players, it's 2 shifts maybe, or 1 shift. Your top line and then your second line in these last 2 minutes. Just give me 1 good shift. Take it shift by shift. And for Winter Club, you're saying the same thing, but it's basically a different connotation, different message. You're saying, listen, all we need is 1 shift to get 1 goal. All we need to do is give it our all for that 1 shift. So you're going to see some of the best hockey on display here in the next 80 seconds, excuse me. Reynolds across the line. Reynolds moving in. Collision.
The question will be, can the Vipers defense hold up?
Winter Club holding the offensive zone, muscling their way along the wall with just 60 seconds to go. You see the goaltender pulled. A slap shot from the high slot, and that one won't go. Reynolds along the half wall on this near side. Rattay throwing it in. Doesn't make it through a number of bodies. Vipers will pick it back up and float it back out to center. Reynolds at the red line. Reynolds slapping it in all the way down. 40 seconds to go. The Vipers will contain there and try to work out with it. Thrown up, kept in by Rattay. Rattay down low, backdoor opportunity, gets stuck in the skates, and the Vipers will clear it back out with 25 to go. Winter Club will have to rush to get to that one. Bodie Eisler will make it for the icing whistle with 22 seconds on the clock in a 4-3 game. Vipers still holding on to the lead.
I gotta tell you, Mike, I'm a big fan of sports. It doesn't matter the level of sport, what sport it is. I'm just a big sports fan. I gotta tell you, my heart beats a little up there right now.
This is what you play for. This is one of the most exciting moments we've had. We have the Let's Go Viper chants in the stands over here. You've got Winter Club fans getting loud, and Vipers win the draw with 20 on the clock. Winter Club is going to have to win this board battle if they want to stay in the zone. Instead, the Vipers pull it out from behind their net, but there is Winter Club on the doorstep there. Barrett Lang trying to throw it out in front. 8 seconds to go. Thrown in front. Goes wide of the net. James Benz battling for it there. Poked at in the slot. Shot. They score! Oh! Waved off. Oh, my goodness! Waved off by the referee. Waved off by the referee at the whistle.
And the Vipers defense hangs on in the last 2 minutes of the game.
That puck did cross the line, but the referee in the zone for that shot said no goal.
And these
that the clock had sounded already.
And these kids are just enjoying the moment as you see Hart just hit the floor celebrating with the teammate.
What a finale, not just in this game, but to this weekend here at West Dundee. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that, and that is the perfect representation of everything that we have seen from every game here this weekend, is just playing to that final whistle, the heart, the determination, the heartbreak, but also the celebration from both sides as the Vipers get the victory in this one. And man, oh man, what a weekend here from West Dundee. I gave some of those thank yous during the broadcast to real quickly recap. I'll thank them again. Everybody here that has been so generous and welcoming to us here at West Dundee, helpful, whether it has been the parents, the coaches, the staff. Thank you to everybody who has made this weekend one of the best in this hockey history for Stream Sports Midwest. And I know our other broadcasts from Romeoville and Darien have been saying the same thing. So the treatment is off the charts. Thank you one more time to Jimmy for orchestrating a lot of it. And thank you again to this wonderful team. We had Drew here yesterday, Drew Thomas. We had Andrew DeBrucker here both days. Andrew, thank you so much for jumping in on the broadcast, helping out with the computer and the camera. We had the lovely and talented Hannah Arbitman here both days, broadcasting with us, working the laptop. And of course, she still made it to her Wolves game yesterday. So she is multitasking and doing it all. So super talented. And then jumping in for the broadcast with me here on this final game, Andrew Schnei. Thank you so much for your camera skills earlier today and joining me on this final game as well.
Oh, no, I've gotten to work with you before, but haven't got to call a game with you, so this is item checked off the list. I've got to work a game with you, Mike, and it was a great day, and it was a great game to call with you.
Yeah, we had an exciting one here. One last thank you to Eric Willowhite and Aaron Schellen for bringing me in and trusting me to run the ship over here at West Dundee while they were elsewhere covering more Central States hockey. But last big thank you to Central States hockey for an incredible weekend. Can't wait to do it again with you all next weekend from Darien. This one goes to the Vipers by a score of 4-3. We'll conclude with those banner celebrations as you see on the camera right there. They're celebrating with the fans, and we'll leave you to it. Thank you again for tuning in, and to all the fans, we will talk to you next weekend.